Yo.
Scratch your balls. Let's see. Yes, you know how many people connected? Minus 20.
You know that this also basically
You know that I
stays
don't give a
online.
shit.
Seems to work. Yeah, hello, nice to be here, and thanks for the invitation, Albrecht. So I'm going to say a few words about our large European project that goes in this general direction of human-centered AI, but of course human augmentation that Albrecht and I are together. And I want to start with our obligatory, let's say we call this public-facing dissemination, or you can call it a propaganda video, as I often do. But it's actually nice to sort of show the gist and the ideology behind it, the whole call in the project.
A technology revolution has led us to a crossroads. With HumaneAI.net, we will guide Europe towards a better future in this new era. For humanity, with AI, from Europe. The potential of artificial intelligence is massive. Imagine businesses and factories prospering and being profitable while providing their employees good working hours, healthcare, equality, and the best benefits of a working life. HumaneAI.net is about technology that will help Europe achieve this vision and sustain it in a competitive, globalized world. For people, for the planet, and for prosperity.
What we really need to do is think about AI as a way of empowering human beings, making human beings better.
A brighter future requires science. In HumaneAI.net, we are working on science and innovations for humans. We will work to create AI that respects human autonomy, AI that is fair, transparent, and within the rule of law. AI that increases our abilities as workers, our insight as decision makers, our enjoyment as customers, and our well-being as individuals. AI that helps strengthen our democracy and assure a better society for all. From Turkey to Ireland, from Portugal to the Scandinavian north, within HumaneAI.net, researchers, innovators and practitioners join forces to leverage the AI revolution, to strengthen the European economy and society, and to empower all people across Europe. With the concept of micro-projects, we combine the benefits of a pan-European network with the research in small agile groups to provide tangible results that will drive European research and innovation. With the AI revolution in full swing, key industrial players are already engaged in HumaneAI.net to build an innovation ecosystem where all companies, from small to big, can grow.
What would be my dream is to really change the future to something we all want to live in.
So that, of course, is the type of video that you use to justify to the public and the political decision makers why it's important to give you the money, right? And in a way, it's something that we should actually strive to achieve and not just pretend to achieve. And the question, of course, we all agree on this broad vision, right? But making it concrete is difficult. And a lot of the stuff that you say, like being beneficial and good for society, is something that may be in the eye of a beholder, right? It's very difficult to provide objective measures. And also translating them into something that is technically tangible problems can be difficult. So what do we do? And the very broad direction, I would be brief and just show you the vision that we take, is motivated again by these 3 points. So we say, a lot of projects look at this human-centric AI, but we focus on 3 things. First of all, and that's why I guess I'm here, is we want to enhance human capabilities, not necessarily imitate or replace humans. The second thing is we understand that when you use AI, it's not just me and my AI. It's a billion of people and a billion personal AIs interacting with each other. So the question is, how does it really influence not just individuals, but complex social interaction and social processes? And the other question is, we have legal people who can be quite annoying, but actually quite useful to talk to, to understand how you embed this technology with legal constraints. And we are a community, and that's a unique thing, where we have a lot of people from very different backgrounds. So Albrecht here represents the HCI community together with many other people. We have core AI people, we have some social science people, and we try to bring them together in the project. And our vision, I really like to motivate the project by this nice quote from Pablo Picasso, computers are useless because they just give you answers. And in a way it's cynical, but the guy has a point, and it really is about the fact that in many cases you may not just want the answer. You would want the system to support you in achieving what you want, right? So this is this notion of not just using an AI as a tool. I give you a question, you give me an answer, but it's a notion of something that actually enhances your capability to do and achieve what you want to achieve. And the interesting question is, if you now come to this human-AI collaboration, and maybe that's one of the messages for our research I want to put here, is why do you do that, right? So if you talk, why do you want to not just outsource everything to the AI, but you would like to have a human and AI working together? The classical answer is, you want every side to play to its own strength, right? AI can do things, and then there are things like innovation, creativity that just humans can do. So you should combine them. Now my answer to that is, in a short term, that may be true, because there are many things today that AI does not do. But in the long term, that's actually not the proper way of looking at it, right? So I remember when we were conceiving that HumaneAI, that project, Albrecht, me, some other people sat together, and we were thinking, what is the thing that AI today or maybe never will be able to do that humans can do? And we came in with one answer: chill out and have a good time. Right? And what it really signifies is that in many cases it's not about this efficiency, because AI could do any things, but in many cases it's just not necessarily desirable to just have the AI do it for you. You want, as human, to do it together with AI. Now imagine a very simple thing: you go and you plan your holiday with your family, right, online. Actually, you would not really want the AI to just click and say, this is where you go, this is what you book. Because the process of planning that holiday is actually part of the experience, right? You sit there, you think, I could go there, this looks nice, and this is something that actually is part of the experience that you wouldn't want the AI to take away from you. However, you would like a system that, according to what it knows about you, helps you weed out the things that would only be annoying and actually makes the experience even more pleasurable. There are other things. If you look at science, some of you may know this thing from Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, with this 42 being the answer to everything. Right? When you do science, you don't want the computer to just provide you the answer, 42. You want to understand. So again, it's about enhancing your capability to deal with problems, not about solving problems for you. And then you have all those ethical things, like in some cases, people just don't feel right if the machine makes a decision. In medicine, in courts, in stuff, it's not about whether the decision is right or wrong. It really is about having that feeling that there is a human there, and not just a human that rubber stamps a decision. Right? So all these decision support systems where the machine gives you two alternatives. One says probability of success 90%, the other one probability of success 10%, and then you choose, right? No, you don't, right? So it really is about helping you make the right choices, but it still is about, having an AI do that. And in this case, what I really like is this recent discussion about AI and art, right? You all know this examples of art that has been generated by human and computer. And I don't remember this example, which was a computer, which was a human. The fact is that in the end, now AI-generated art is winning prizes at exhibitions. So people say, is AI now doing art? And here my answer is about the process, right? So if you look at a piece of art, that at the end of the day, art is not just signal level output, signal level as in pixel values. Art is a process, right? When I look at an art, I admire the artist's capability to go there and translate their experience, their suffering, their happiness, their whatever they may have experienced, into signal level output. And that's not what diffusion models are doing, right? So they create a signal level replica. What is actually fascinating is that we are fooled as humans by essentially diffusion model created probability distributions into feeling that something is an interesting piece of art, but that's it. So that was essentially the vision that I really wanted to present to you. From there, we sort of derived a number of challenges that you would like to access and address in the project. And one thing that I wanted to highlight, which I always recommend, is this understanding what does it actually mean to collaborate with an AI as opposed to using it, which is not quite trivial. It's easy to say, I know what it means. You think about the technicalities of it is different. And something I personally feel very strong about is this notion of common ground. Right? So one of the big problems that we have when collaborating with AI is that we don't have the same understanding of the world. Right? AI has a vertical understanding of a single problem. It does not really understand everything that is around it. And the final thing I wanted to point out to is that our project is organized in what we call like a micro project. So there are small actions, let's say, well, small group of 2 or 3 people get together to do a paper, a tool set, and work together to solve a problem. And we now have initiated a phase when we try to invite external people to do that. So on our website, we will soon be providing a call, actually a call for internal contribution for external people who would like to visit partner of HumaneAI, work together with us when we will pay you for travel, subsistence, and things like that to actually do cool joint things in this area with us. That's essentially it, and sort of that's the big group of HumaneAI people who make this possible and who make this enjoyable. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have very short question slots, but we have longer breaks. Okay, so I think I just want to highlight the chances for these micro projects. So once they're out, we will publish them. So please make sure to have a look. So and there are so many partners all around Europe. If you want to send a student or if you want to come yourself, there are good chances to do something together. Do we have further questions?
Just maybe one thing, Paul. I like your
Wait.
Okay. Thanks. I like those motherhood statements, you know, on the top, and then you're doing your stuff, you know. So the question is, how do you connect the motherhood statements to more operational issues, you know, that can drive your micro projects? It seems to me there's this huge gap. Everyone claims to do the motherhood statement stuff, and then goes on doing whatever they like to do, you know, in their tiny projects. And I see for more connections. And I like very much what you said about the process, you know, assisting in the process as opposed to, you know, just providing the result. That was just one tangible thing. Do you have more like these?
So what I showed in the end, those research direction, right? These are things where we've produced like a research roadmap where these are broken down into more concrete things. And now we have, with respect to this micro project, which originally were just spontaneous things, we have a very strict sort of cold was topics where the micro projects that are started have to adhere to those points. But you're right, it is really a big problem between, you know, this big vision and being concrete. I personally believe if you go into concrete things, then these 2 aspects. One is actual models of human AI collaboration, this is most of the HCI thing. And the other stuff is really this creating common ground. So essentially having this, if you look at this big language model, right, it seems to be clever, but at the end, all it knows are probabilistic relationship between ASCII strings, right? It doesn't understand anything. And the question is, how do I combine this understanding of ASCII string into an understanding we have of the world and then connect it to understanding the real essence of the world, whatever that may mean.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we move on. And I think really we have quite a bit time for questions in the break zone. So let me see. So will this automatically go on Zoom? Ah, perfect. Okay, so. Okay, so also a very warm welcome from my side. We're really excited to be here with you today and really have this as a point for discussion. So when I start with challenges I find sort of drilling a little bit down on the very high level goals. What is it really we want to achieve with next generation computing systems? And I think one of the things I have been excited about over the last years is increasing perceptual abilities of humans in different environments. So basically, we can see certain things, we can hear certain things, but technology can see and hear more. How can we integrate this with ourselves? The second one is really the bandwidth between human and computing systems. And I think we have things like reading. How can we improve our ability to read, our ability to take information in? How can we do that? How can we increase our ability to tell more to the computer? I think the number of bits per second we can give to a computer and get from a computer has not very much changed. It has not changed in a similar way as many of the other things. So we are still typing, we're still, when we speak, it's even less sort of bits per second. So how can we increase this bandwidth? Another point is, I think, since the invention of writing, memory, human memory is more or less infinite. But now we are at a point where we could probably make this much more seamless. So much less effort in creating, in externalizing our human memory. And I think this can lead to creating new convincing realities. And I think one of the points I will have at the very end is we're not creating computer programs, we're not creating application, we are creating realities for people. That's where we are already now. Basically, a lot of the reality you have here, especially for the people who are online, the reality that's created is just through computing. And I think then there are two more points. I will not go into more detail. Those are much things we have started. It's really how we can create new cognitive abilities. And I think Paul mentioned large language models. How can we really get to a level where we have new abilities, new cognitive abilities that are beyond what we have seen so far? And I think the last part is changing the physical world. So at the moment we manipulate pixels, but I think we are basically just at the dawn of a time where we are changing the real world. And I think later you will see lab Andreas Butz, another colleague from LMU here, has a kitchen with robotic arms. I think this really this question, moving from pixels into the physical space. So I'm focusing on these 4 ones, which were also core of a European project which just ended last year, where I really looked into amplifying human perception through interactive digital technologies. And I think if I say we, there are quite a number of dissertations finished in that room, and quite a number of those people are here, which I'm really, really happy about. So you'll see this. So how do we increase the perceptual capabilities of what people do? So on a very high level, what we do is basically we have reality, and reality, let's take it like this, has visual and auditory signals, and we put a function in between, and then basically the user gets a different vision, hearing, so an amplified vision. And what I'm really interested in, can we implicitly control something like this? And I think we've basically had this as sort of one of the bigger pictures we looked into. Can we look at human vision? Can we change human vision in a way that it's very intuitive to use, but we get more abilities? And I think one, basically this is sort of the high level goal, what we see here. We never really got it fully working, but we got parts of it working, and I think that's part of research. You strive towards something, and some of the things you reach. So I give you one example, which I'm still sort of struggling that we haven't, even after 5 years, not got it. So let's assume I'm looking back there. There are bottles of water, but I cannot read them. If I concentrate, it zooms in, I can read it. If I release my focus, I'm zooming back out into the world. And I have not even realized that I'm doing that. That would be sort of one of those things we were striving for. We've built a little bit something in this direction, and one of these things is basically slow motion. So you look into the world and something happens. And what we see here on the upper one, which is basically the speed in reality. So basically there is a bird that's flying off, and it's flying off very quickly. And so the idea is, can I build a system where I look at something and I recognize something happens fast, so I slow down reality. It's a bit like watching football on the television. You get basically the replay in slow motion. So I see it in slow motion. And then basically once it's not interesting anymore, and basically based on where I'm looking, based on my attention, it goes back to real speed. I think this is really tricky because at some point you get slower than the real world, and then you get faster than the real world. And I think when you start walking while doing that, it's quite quite tricky. So you can do it while you're not walking. And I think we did build that system, and I think Thomas Kosch is sitting at the back, who is one of the people who built it. And I think one of the things we did is just estimate how high somebody jumps. And this task becomes rather trivial if you get basically in slow motion compared to sort of just judging how fast somebody jumps. I think the problem with something like this is what we realized: you needed multimodal, you also need to slow down the sound. Because one of the comments was, oh yeah, I heard the person already hitting the ground while it was still in there. So I think this question of how can we create something like this? And we've done a few more of those. Another one was basically on hearing, on selective hearing. So this is sort of, it looks quite funny, but the idea is I may see somebody further down there, and obviously I can use at the moment a microphone to point at that person. But the question is, can I build something? And I think this, as I said, it looks odd. The hope would be that in the future it would not look that odd. But the idea is that I'm intuitive. What do I do intuitively if I want to hear something? I hold a hand to my ear, or I hold my breath. And so this was, again, sort of using these intuitive things. So basically, I look somewhere, I do like this, and I get basically my audio switched from what I have all the time to something which is really focusing on there. Again, sort of the idea that I can integrate technical systems with my personal sensing systems. Another one on the sense of direction. So this was for us really exploring this design space of how can we enhance human abilities without really making you use technologies. Obviously, I can use a GPS. Probably it's quite inconvenient when swimming, but I think I can use it. But the idea is I do something, I get an ability without realizing that a system is changing my abilities. And now going sort of to the next step is basically once we have an enhanced, amplified ability to see, hear, feel things, we can see, can we increase our bandwidth? And I think there is another one, again, sort of Thomas is here, and I think a few others are here as well. So the question, reading makes up most of the things we do in our daily life. So basically, if you have a job like most of you, reading plays a significant role. The speed you are able to read and take information in is important for your productivity. And I think large language models are not changing this massively. So, and I think we have these people who can take information in faster, have more sort of academic success. If you read very slow, that may be very tricky to do an academic profession. So we looked into, can we optimize the information intake by reading your brain and seeing how much cognitive load it creates? Because if it's too fast, you will not understand it. If it's too slow, you're bored. Can we optimize this? And again, sort of that it just feels right. You don't have to say, oh, I want to hear it that fast, or listen to it that fast, or read it that fast. Really, that it's a cycle where we can measure the optimal speed. And I think this could be on very different levels. This could be either on sort of what we see on the left side, on people who have already a fairly high performance. And here, I think the ethical question, should we do this or not, is quite open. On the other side, we did this in projects with people who have severe disabilities. There it's very clear, if we can do that, it increases their ability to take part in society massively. Now, how do we seamlessly, sort of this is a further factor, how do we seamlessly increase human memory? And the question is, what can you remember from last week? I look at a few smiling faces. We were last week skiing, so I think we had sort of winter schools. I think there are other people had other winter schools I saw on social media. So I think there are a number of memories, and I think, but you're probably pretty bad at mapping out your week from last week. So I think you have probably a number of highlights, but mapping out your week is quite tricky. On the same side, we know that by understanding what we did, what we achieved, that's from a mental health perspective quite important, because usually we achieve a lot but not realizing it. And I think there is another example, from Passant's dissertation. I basically went yesterday through a number of dissertations, copied stuff out. This is basically a week of some participant. And the interesting thing is you will not see much on that picture, but if it's your picture, you will basically see your whole week, and the whole week will come back. And this is again something, obviously we can now have something like wearable cameras, but what do we do with it? Because obviously if you have a wearable camera and you will basically just watch your whole life again, that doesn't really make much sense. But can we do things like that we have at a glance at a week, that we really get a feel, did I spend a lot indoors, outdoors? Things like this you'll see immediately. And I think this is sort of, there comes one very big question that links back to Paul's talk. Who do you trust with managing your, I just want to quickly check my time here. So who do you trust with dealing with your memory? Would you think Google is the right institution to basically manage your memories? I think, personally, I think I would like to have more control. And I think what we see is basically by using those external memories, by just how you put those external memories, you can attenuate memories. Basically, you can forget things if you don't see them. If they're left out, you can forget them. But if you see things more often than they are really in the real world, you can remember them much better. And in a way, this is a good way. You could basically make people forget things they should not remember or they don't want to remember. And you can sort of amplify things they should remember. But the question is, who should be able to do that? And I think personally, I think I want to be in charge of that. But I think this is an open question, and we basically did some experimentation. I think Tilman Dingler did this with screens, and I think also Passant. Basically, if you put stuff you want to remember in your environment just while you walk past, and again, sort of whether you use displays or augmented reality, but the question is really, once we have this seamless human memory augmentation where we don't really realize that our memory is augmented because it's just there, do we trust it to somebody else, or do we want to have it to control ourselves? And I think the final one in that larger challenge is basically how do we create convincing reality beyond the real world? I think a lot of discussion has been, if we talk about a metaverse, there's been a lot, let's recreate the real world. And I think most of us researching in that space, I think Florian has done quite a number of things. The real world is quite limited when it comes to mobility, to how many places can you be at the same time, things like this. And so I think we want to create a reality that really goes beyond the limitations of the real world. And I think here, again, sort of some work from Matthias is also here somewhere, so on earlier, on basically social touch. How do we basically put the social into the virtual? How social is it? And I think being here in a room with you, I have quite some impression of your feedback. I have a hard time to have the same for the people who are online. And so I think there is still some work to do, because I think it would be just great if we can feel people who are online in a similar way as we have here. And Yannick has been working on sort of really this idea of touch, which is a very, very rich sense. Even so, the number of bits we get across is low. And I think this question, how can we make this in the future that it feels more real? And I think reality is more than seeing and hearing. And I think computing has been still around. And I think we have complained, I think, since my first HCI lecture, that we haven't really given much focus beyond seeing and hearing, but very little has happened. Another one is also motion. I think Matthias has built this thing. I'm not sure if we see it this afternoon. Probably not in action, but I think it looks dangerous. It is dangerous, but you may see. But I think the idea is basically playing with your senses, playing with basically, if you move your head, you usually experience some forces. But if you just move your head by another force, you get sort of the impression that you experience forces if the visuals match. And I think that's quite an interesting experiment. As I said, it's not for a typical demo to run because there's some safety required before having it. But I think we may see the device. And I think these two there, just I leave them for the future, and you may see some discussions later in the poster session. I think the increase of human capabilities through AI collaboration, Paul mentioned this already, this is one of the things we were really sort of looking into. And also the ability to manipulate the physical world. And I've just basically put two things in. I think one is really we have some robotic devices in there. I think Stephen has built that one. And this one is together with colleagues in Warsaw, basically manipulating the physical world, being in the physical world, interacting with the physical world in new ways. And now basically wrapping this up with two meta challenges. I think the first question is, should we have augmentation and amplification? Should we do that, or should we just not bother? Are we good? Should we basically focus on people who have limitations, or should we do it for everybody? A lot of you wear glasses, and you wear glasses nowadays because your eyesight is limited. Should everybody wear glasses because then we could see better? And the second one is basically, how do we go with regards to methods to do that? And I think for the first one, there is an upcoming paper Stephen has done at CHI on basically looking how people act and react on amplification, on human amplification. And I think the results are complex. And we looked in the US, in Japan, in Germany and Colombia, how people react to augmentation. And it's very clear, if you have a deficit, if you have a disability, then it's completely fine across the world that you have something. If you don't have this, the results are more complex. So talk to Stephen, I think he tried to figure that apart. So basically, we may not want that somebody else gets ahead of us by using amplification. And the final one is here, I think, to ensure augmentation and things are working. So most of you, basically, if you publish papers in HCI, what do? You have the old stuff and you have the new stuff, and you basically just compare them. And we have now some indicators that this is wrong. And so basically what we figured out when we have systems, Robin Welch and also Thomas have working a lot on this with Louis Chuang. Basically, in medicine, we know there is placebo. If you give somebody something that doesn't work and you tell them it works, it has an effect. And we have seen this, that this is with AI the same. We could prove that basically if you give somebody an AI-supported tool, if you augment people, they will believe they are augmented, but they're not. And so basically the argument here is if we build such systems and we want to do it scientifically right, we have to run a placebo condition. And this will make studies much more complex in our field, but at the same time, if we don't do that, I think we have identified some 50 papers where we think the effect may be just a placebo. And this is, I think, at the moment ongoing. We have one paper in Tokai on that, and there is more to come, more workshops. And we would really like to get more in the discussion how we do that to not overcomplicate our studies, but at the same time make sure that we are not measuring placebos. And I think with this, I'm on my last slide. I think we don't design computer programs and apps anymore. We design and implement people's realities. And I think given that this is the case, we really have to take care that it is for humans and that we make sure it works for people. And I think with this, I think we have also no time really for questions. One question, perhaps.
Maybe
I think
one short question, yes. Maybe one short question.
Yes, and then we move on to the next person.
So let's first thank Albrecht. I have too much. So. Do we have one shortish question? Max, you wanted to ask something?
Well, number three is what really intrigues me, your point number three, right?
Yes.
Just two remarks. You're absolutely right. The way you can display keyframes is absolutely crucial. We did some work on that 20 years ago that I would like to share. But then one of the motherhood statements was autonomy. So what if Putin's cyber warriors shut it off? So I think we really have to take care about being able to live without it and look at how we lose the ability to navigate with all those navigation systems instead of augmenting our brain and memory and human capacity for it. So
I think we are beyond this point about 4,000 years. So if writing doesn't work anymore, I think basically if the next generation cannot read anymore, we're basically lost. If you don't have access to books anymore, you will not survive. I think most of us are very bad at surviving in caves. I think it's really, I think we are beyond this point. If you look around you, nothing of this can be built without high-tech tools. I think you would not be here today without high-tech. So I think we are beyond that point. And I think we probably have to go from the other side. We have to make sort of humanity rely on each other, work together, because I think the idea that we can live without a technology. And the question is, to what technology would we want to go back? Do we go back to 20 years? Do we go back to 50 years, 100 years? Because I think going back 5,000 years, basically to no technology.
The answer is resilience, I think. You need a plan B. You need to be able to resort to something, and that something must exist. If you fall, 100 meters, or if you fall into a security net, that's a big difference.
And I think security is one of the topics I've left out today, and I think we talked a lot, but basically, if you have those things, they rather should work, and they should be secure. And I think resilience is definitely one point. But what I argue is basically we are not getting in a world where we cannot have them. I think we are not getting back there. Our life expectancy will go down. All these things we don't want. But I completely get it. I think we are at a risk of, and I think we have seen this with communication infrastructure with Elon Musk. Basically, he picked sides. He picked the Ukraine and gave one side Starlink, and that had changed a lot. There's a lot. So basically, you're at that point where there's basically one single company who can do certain things, and I think that's something we probably don't want in the future. Even so, in this case, I think many were happy that it was this way around, but given the person, it could have been the other way around as well. So I think this is sort of thing. Okay.
Let's thank Albrecht once again. And we have our third speaker, who is Hideki Koike, who is a professor at the School of Computing of the Tokyo Institute of Technology, who is working on a lot of different things, such as wearables, such as haptic interfaces and tracking technologies. And today, Hideki is going to talk to us about skill acquisition and transfer system using computer vision, deep learning, and soft robotics.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hideki Koike from Tokyo Institute of Technology, and I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you very much for letting us come here to show our project results. So first of all, I'd like to talk about our project on a study on skill acquisition mechanism and the development of skill transfer systems. The three of us are coming here today, but unfortunately, Professor Rekimoto and Professor Ushiba couldn't come due to the flight cancers. But anyway, this is the government-funded very big project called CREST from 2017 to this year. So I'd like to talk about our research results in brief. So this is an overview of our project. So the main focus of our project is we want to measure the skills from the people who have some special abilities, for example, top athletes or expert musicians or people with disabilities. And we want to make some skill database by using those capturing data And after that, we want to transfer that skills to of course, from such people with special abilities or to the normal people. So here is some of the sub-projects we have, and because of the time limited, so I'd like to talk about my part in my presentations. So one is sensing technologies. So first one is a 3D body and head pose estimation using deep learning technologies. So as you may know, currently the motion capture system is very popular, but if you want to capture the motions of the people, we have to have a number of expensive cameras in the room. And the people who will be captured, their bodies cannot walk out from that room. That is a problem, we think. So in that case, if we think about those situations, so I heard that you go into the ski tours last week. But anyway, so in this case, we couldn't capture the expert skills of these players. So this is our ideas and the results of our project. So we put one special cameras on the chest, which has a 280 degrees of viewing angle. And that camera captures a part of the body, such as chins or hands and legs. But based on this visual information, the deep learning technologies will estimate the motions of these persons very precisely. So we present this paper at the UIST 2020, and one of the important result of this approach is this system does not only capture the motion of the bodies, but it also captures the head pose as well, because the part of the head is captured by these fisheye cameras. So here is oh, sorry about this. Oh. Okay. So this is a video.
System using a single wearable device. The user simply wears a portable chest-mounted camera to use the system, and also it doesn't require any markers or calibration procedures. The ultra-wide fisheye lens of our hardware setup has a 280-degree field of view and can capture the user's limbs, lower face, and the surrounding environment. We realize a multimodal motion capture which includes 3D body pose, head pose, and camera pose using multiple lightweight deep neural networks that consist of camera pose net, body pose net, and head pose net. Combining the outputs of the deep neural networks, our system can capture the camera pose aware 3D human pose and the viewport of the user without any additional sensors. To train the deep neural networks, we have generated a large-scale synthetic dataset. 680K of images were rendered in a variety of body shapes, clothes, motions, and backgrounds. Body Pose Net estimates the 2D heat maps and the camera relative 3D position of the user's joints. By applying the camera orientation obtained by Camera Pose Net, the proposed system can recognize the poses with the same joint position and different camera orientations. With these methods, our system enables accurate motion capture with a portable wearable device.
Okay, so as you see, the system can estimate the body pose very precisely just by using one camera. Even though the camera is relatively large right now, but as you know, the camera becomes smaller and smaller and lighter, so it will become the size of the button or bracelet or some pendants sooner. So I think it could be socially accepted very soon. So another research result is a 3D hand finger recognition, also by using just one camera. So there are lots of related works on gesture recognition systems, but the problem of those related work is the people have to do their gestures in front of the cameras. So all the fingers must be captured by the camera. This is one of the shortcomings of the previous researches. But we succeeded to estimate the motion, the hand finger motions, by seeing the backhand, only the backhand images. So it means we can put the camera on the crowns of the smart watches, and then we could estimate the motions of the fingers very precisely.
Such as the
Here is
deformation of the muscle,
the videos.
tendons, or bone through a rest joint angle-based hand pose. Before inputting to the networks to obtain clear dorsal hand masks, the images are preprocessed by an autoencoder for background removal. At the same time, the motion history images, which is the other stream passed to the network, are calculated by observing the racing of the 5-passed masked images. Our network is based on a 2-string residual convolutional network, which is further processed by an RSTM-based common filter for temporal feature extraction. Here, we are showing some real-time results in different...
So currently the camera is a little large, but as you know, the camera becomes smaller and smaller. So, and this is very robust for different lighting conditions, in very dark light and also a very shiny, bright outdoor conditions like this. So some might wonder that when the camera will be embedded in the smartphone, but it already exists. So if you Google or if you search in Amazon, you will find those smart watches which has 2 cameras. One is in here and one is here. I don't know, this camera will capture the face of the users, but I don't know why they put the cameras in here. Probably it will use to, I don't know. Anyway, so the hardware already exists. So by using our softwares, so we could estimate the hand finger motions precisely. So the next topic is the haptic feedback we did. So we developed a soft exoskeleton gloves by using a soft robotic approach. So here is the current existing exoskeleton gloves. Those are kind of large, hard, and also a little bit heavier. But we use very thin artificial muscles as shown in this picture. This white string, each white string is artificial muscles. As you can see here, those muscles will produce the force to teach the timing to hit the keyboards. So this was a joint work with Dr. Furia. He is here today. And I do not talk about the detail of this project. Probably he will talk about that piano project later. Oh. And another application of this glove is the application to rehabilitations. We asked some patients who suffered from how can I say, the head stroke, brain damage. So he has the left hand of his left hand doesn't move. So we put the data gloves on his right hand, and if he moves the right hands, the actuated gloves will move the same way for rehabilitations. This was inspired by mirror therapy, which is very popular in this fields. So if you are interested, I'm going to show you some videos of this project later. So based on those sensing technologies and the feedback technologies, and also we have a visual feedback and sound sonification feedback, we applied those technologies to some practical applications. One is the alpine skis. So we are capturing the motion of the real top racers in Japan. Japan is not so strong in alpine ski, but we invited more than 10 national team racers to a laboratory and top-level university racers to a laboratory to capture the motion of the skiers. So one of the important point of this indoor ski simulator is we could capture the racers' motions in controlled situations. If they perform in the real ski slopes, they perform differently in each run. But in case of these indoor ski simulators, they could move on the same conditions. So we capture their motions and also insole foot postures and also EMG signals. So here is one of the examples of the motions of the difference between two top racers in Japan. And we also applied those motion capture data to virtual reality skis. This is not for top athletes, but for normal skiers who wants to enhance their ski skills. So they are putting the HMD, and inside the HMD, they will see ski slopes, and in front of them, he will see the top athletes skiing in front of him, and he wants to imitate the pose of the skiers as well as the angle of the boots, also the line of the ski lanes as possible as they can. So I personally think that the ski is the best application for virtual reality because people always wearing goggles. The people always wearing gloves. So people always wearing the very heavy shoes. So they do not want to argue to wearing such virtual reality devices. So that's why we are focusing on these VR skis. So here is the overview of our system. So we capture the motions by using motion capture cameras on the indoor ski simulator. And it will be analyzed by the artificial reality, artificial intelligence systems, AI systems, and we detect some faults from their motions. And we gave the feedback to the racers. So here is one of the results we captured. The one of the top racers in Japan. He's one of the top racers in Japan, and this is his foot pressures and EMG signals. So this is a visualization of each racers. Okay. So this is another applications. We applied our technologies to learning the golfs. So the golf is very difficult sports. Before I start golf, I didn't think the golf is sports because sports is for elderly people. But if I start golf, this is very difficult to learn. And I need to learn how to make a very beautiful precise motions again and again and again. So this is one of the applications we developed. This is called the virtual shadow systems. The system captures the motion of the users and also the motion of the club head. And it will be visualized on the floor in real time. So people can see their motions on the floor and the trajectory in 2 dimensions on the floor. The reason because we project the image onto the floor is that people have to focus on the ball to hit the ball. So he uses his central vision to see the balls and his peripheral visions to have the visual feedback. So as you can see here, the trajectory of the club is projected onto the floor. So also this is another application we developed. So this is called the AI golf systems. So the idea of this application is, so if we have two players, this is expert and this is beginner, this is me. So, and the timing and the speed of the swing is different in each players. So we first synchronize the motion of the players by using temporal time consistency, TCC algorithms. And after that, we use the autoencoder to decrease the dimensions. And in the latent spaces, which has a very small number of parameters, dimensions, we calculate the differences between those two players. And after we detecting the point which has great discrepancies between these two players, we use the autodecoder to recover the motion of those players. So here is one of the examples. So as you can see, the timing and the speed is different between those two players. So we map those two players' motion in a latent space and detecting the discrepancy in here, and then detects which part is the most important point to be fixed. So since the time is running, we also have the piano training systems, but I will hand this presentation to Dr. Furia later. So we also did table tennis systems and neurosurgery training systems.
In neurosurgery?
Okay, in summary, we did a motion capture system using a single RGB camera to capture the body head motion and finger hand motion. And we also developed a software exoskeleton glove for haptic feedback to give a feedback to the expert piano player or for rehabilitations. And we applied those technologies to real applications such as ski, golf, piano, and table tennis, etc., etc. And so if you are interested in a project, please contact me, and we have a space for student intern and postdocs, and also sabbaticals for professors. Please come to Tokyo Tech. Thank you very much.
We have time for one short question if someone has a question. Then I might start.
Yeah.
I really like the application examples that you showed.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also measure how the things that I learned in VR translate back to the real world? So if I'm using that ski simulator, for example, do people learn skiing or do people learn to ski using a ski simulator in VR?
Okay, we haven't yet done the formal user studies, but in my laboratory, the students who came to our laboratory have no experience of skiing. But after their research, they could ski very well.
Nice.
I don't know this is because of the systems or because of this indoor ski simulator, but anyway, we will do some evaluations later.
Okay. Then, if there are no more questions, then let's thank Hideki again.
Thank you very much.
And next up is Elisabeth André. There she is.
So I also need audio for the computer.
Yes, that should
It
all work through HDMI. So if you set the output audio to HDMI, it should go to the room audio directly.
So, how it looks.
Okay. Yeah.
So how does this work?
Yeah, just click again with the left button here, and click here on the. I think it's already on the room audio. Should work.
Okay.
Okay, and the microphone for online.
Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is Elisabeth André from the University of Augsburg, where she holds the chair for human-centered artificial intelligence. And she's going to present us today, yeah, perfect, how we can use augmentative technologies for people with special needs.
Yeah. Good morning. It's great to be here and give a talk on augmentative technologies for people with special needs. So actually, we all have special needs, of course. And already in 1962, Doug Engelbart, the inventor of the computer mouse, promoted the idea of using AI to augment a human intellect. And people were quite impressed when the chess champion Garry Kasparov lost the first game of a 6-game match against Deep Blue. So I was somehow fascinated by his desperate face. And I believe it's more rewarding and also more challenging to design a game that adjusts its difficulty level to give the user the most positive experience possible. And today I won't talk about chess and games. So I take this just as a motivation for the talk today. So I will present attempts actually to make the human smarter instead of making the computer smarter. Of course, the computer has to get smarter as well. And I will focus on two application areas. So the first one is augmentating the user's conversational skills. So we have already seen a couple of applications today. And I think this is an additional one. And you can see here on this slide Jan Oliver Wölfing. And he's developing in his dissertation a computer-assisted communication app that is intended to enable people with speech disorders to articulate themselves more naturally. There are a lot of systems that on the market already, but Jan Oliver Wölfing found out that these systems are not very expressive, and He said, for example, sometimes
The salt pickle tastes fine with ham.
Our plans right now are hazy.
Our plans right now are hazy.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Read verse out loud for pleasure.
The fur of cats goes by many names.
Hang tinsel from both branches.
Poached eggs and tea must suffice.
A dash of pepper spoils beef stew.
She called his name many times.
Eat plants there without luck.
Smoky fires lack flame and
Read
heat.
verse out loud for
be a little bit faster. And it should not always ask whether it's okay to continue. And finally, based on this, I would like to present the work Project Riot, who is sitting in the back, currently conducting with colleagues from Italy, CNRS. And they actually conducted a study to compare neurotypical operators and operators with autism spectrum condition. You can see here on the slide the setup. So on the right, we basically have a table with building blocks to be manipulated by the robot in a sub-assembly task. And on the left, we have the workplace of the worker. And this is also the place where the cobot and the worker work together. I show a video of the robot, basically what it is doing. So here it's conducting some sub-assembly task as part of a bigger task that has to be accomplished with the human. And I think you get an idea. And I would also like to show you how it should work if everything runs smoothly. So here we have a worker. So she is arranging some building blocks. We have the robot. And they somehow work hand in hand, which is at least on this in this video. It works quite well, so the coordination is, there's not many time delays, but it does not always work like this. So for the comparison, actually we had people work over a period of 5 days, 3.5 hours every day to get representative videos. And for the evaluation, we used 10 minutes video, 6 per participant, 3 on Monday at the beginning, the middle, and the end of the working day, and 3 on Thursday. And we were able to see some patterns which are somehow also in line with the study I showed you with the device to help kids train movement activities together with a partner. So operators in general were faster at assembly than the robot, which caused a boredom and a frustration. Operators looked at the robot when they complete their part, actually to coordinate the collaboration. Neurotypical operators tend to maintain a longer gaze at the robot, and many, as you will also see in the video, operators with autism spectrum condition take a lot of time to reprioritize. So actually the robot ends up waiting. So when the robot was actually offering a part, these people first decided usually to finish what they were doing, and not considering that the partner, in that case, the cobot, had already done something to contribute to the overall goal. So here a video where you can see a waiting scene with a guy waiting that the robot is actually providing something, and you can see the guy does not look very happy and gets really tired. And here another example where the operator is doing something. The robot is offering a building part, and the guy completely ignores the robot and is just finishing what he wants to do. So in summer, we will collect more data. So these are data collected in Italy. So we will collect data also in Germany with neurotypical and autism spectrum condition operators. We use for the analysis our NOVA non-verbal analyzer, a tool which allows for semi-automated annotation of multimodal data using machine learning techniques. If people have to annotate or label the data all manually, it makes them really very tired. And here I already summarize some patterns which are not very surprising or somehow expected, that neurotypical operators spend more time looking at the robot than autism spectrum condition people, and the waiting time for the neurotypical operators was much shorter because they were somehow better able to synchronize the work with the cobot, also taking into account limited social signals during the interaction. Okay, conclusions. So it's of course, as Albrecht said, debatable whether we should use augmentation techniques. And my opinion about it is that it's really up to us to use technology in meaningful and creating ways. And creating means that we have, for example, a flexible and dynamic division of labor. There are many areas where the actually division of labor is not done in an optimal manner. So my favorite example are hospitals, where I experienced it myself when visiting my mother in hospital. So the nurses are actually not feeding the patients anymore. I had to feed my mother. The patients are actually feeding the computers. And I'm sure they would prefer to feed or to interact with real people instead of interacting with a machine. So we need computers, not computers that replace us, but computers that help us to do things we are not able to do otherwise. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you again for the talk, and really sorry for the technical difficulties. Probably the most of the talk wasn't hearable online, but we have it recorded, I think, so we will add it online later after the session. So I think we have time for one short question. Yeah, wait. Always the guys in the back.
So super interested in the collaboration between the workers and the cobots, and when you stated that the workers did not like reprioritize their like workflow or redo their workflow, how did the cobot like signal that there should be a handover, or did you investigate how different types of handover interactions like affect if the workers change their workflow?
So we did not yet investigate to what extent the people adapted or changed the work flow. So what we are doing next is to focus on specific situations where errors occur, how they should be communicated, and what to do about it. But what you said is an interesting question, actually, to have the people negotiate who should actually do what. And there's some interesting study, I think, from somebody from Ingolstadt also investigating how people feel about it when a machine actually distributes the task versus when humans actually distribute the task.
Yeah. I think the next good question is if the robot should try to optimize the human or the workflow of the human, or if we should always have like the users decide for themselves how they want to work and have the cobot just as a supportive role.
So in the MindBot project, the overall goal is to improve people's well-being. And if it helps or contributes to the people's mental well-being, if they get optimized by the robot, why not? But here we need some studies whether it really needs to an improvement.
Thank you. Sorry for those online. Let's thank Elisabeth again. And we have one more talk before the coffee break, which comes from Shinji Furui. How do you pronounce the name correctly?
You don't have to.
Okay. He's a senior researcher and senior project manager at Sony Computer Science Laboratories in Tokyo. And he's also the founder of Neuropiano,
yes.
The Neuropiano Institute, where he works on supporting the creativity of musicians. And I think he's going to give us a glimpse into this work today in his talk.
Yeah.
So,
but before starting, I have a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Is this sound connecting to this device?
It should go out via HDMI, then it works.
Okay.
I think it is.
All right, yeah.
Perfect.
Then
and you take this for online.
All right.
Perfect.
So good morning. I'm sure you want to drink coffee now. So, and thank you very much, by the way, for coming here today and for organizing this beautiful workshop here in Munich. And I'm a neuroscientist, so that's why I feel a little bit like hesitating to present here because I'm kind of the outsider. So I don't know anything about neural network, unfortunately. I know brain, but I don't know anything about neural network. And so today's presentation is about the beyond expertise of experts because I'm a pianist. So that's why I'm studying for pianists, especially how to enhance skills or how to prevent injuries. All right, so before starting my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge Germany, this beautiful country, because before studying my work at Sony CSL, I was a postdoc working at Hanover. Have you ever been to Hanover? Oh, really? It's very quite unusual. Yeah, because it's not such a big city and totally different from Berlin or Munich, but it's very beautiful. And I love Hanover, and I really enjoyed studying with many, many good musicians there because Musikhochschule in Hanover is one of the most famous ones. I don't know if you agree, because in Munich also there is very good music conservatory as well. So, and at that time, thanks to the support from the Humboldt Foundation and also the Heisenberg Fellowship, I was studying for musicians and also musicians who had some problem, which is called dystonia. And after coming back, and I started to work more for the pianists and how to enhance the pianist expertise. So that's why I love Germany very much. But after the World Cup last year, I don't know if German people also love Japanese people. I hope so too. Anyway, so my research question is about whether our culture is sustainably developing. Sorry. This is a big question for me, at least. But many people always talk about the SDGs in the framework of the energy or agriculture. It's very, very important, of course, and we have to solve that. But maybe not so many people are arguing or concerning about the cultural sustainability, I would say. So this problem is really serious, at least for musicians, because they spend a lot of time for practicing the piano or other instrument, and then they develop some injuries. For example, some tendinitis, which is very famous, and also a very famous German composer and pianist, Robert Schumann. He developed the neurological disorders after using the very weird training, putting some weight and then playing the piano. So you can see what he developed here. Some medical doctor says, you can play Mozart, that's fine. However, it's not the case because he's playing with nails, which is really unusual because to play the piano, of course, we use a finger pad instead of nail. Because of this hyperflexion, this is abnormal hyperflexion because of the brain problem. Then they cannot, this pianist cannot extend the finger. So this is called musician's dystonia or musician's cramp because the muscle is cramping. After training, and Robert Schumann developed this disorder, and then he switched his career to composer. And also, I developed that problem. When I was 19 years old, I was practicing like for 10 hours every day. I was maybe crazy about that. And then I developed that kind of this problem. So that's why I switched my career from pianist to the neuroscientist to study for pianists. So the second issue is our culture developing. Because if you like the football or other kind of sports, every 4 years the Olympic game are held, and the Olympic record is updated because of the sports science and many good maybe technological sports. But if you look at musicians, maybe still we don't know if our performance is developing or improving. Of course, there is a factor of the creativity or artistic some idea or something. But also, if scientists can do something for enhancing their skills, like the cognitive skills, like memory, or some motor skills, or perceptual skills, then I'm quite sure that the performance can be improved even a little bit. But not happening so far, unfortunately. So what is the bottleneck behind? So there is a ceiling effect, which is very well-known phenomenon in our brain. For example, if you practice, then your brain is stabilized and get robust against any other further improvement. Because you want to store and keep your skill after training. Of course, you want to forget that. So that's why your brain wants to memorize and stabilize your brain. So this is called a ceiling effect. But at the expense of that, you cannot memorize or you cannot improve your skills even after further training. So this is what expert people are struggling with now. So that's why 10,000 hours rule doesn't apply for expert people. So this is the reason why the ceiling is hard to be surmounted or overcome. So our approach is to overcome by using the technology and science. Then, because of my background is neuroscience, so that's why I'm always thinking about how to make the best use of technology based on the knowledge of the brain and body, like the physiology or neuroscience. So I can show you some examples about how to make a synergy between science and technology. The first example is exoskeleton robot. That's what we developed. So your fingers move as like expert pianist, even though you don't practice a lot. So it's very complex finger movement, and moving the index finger and ring finger simultaneously like this, and then middle finger and little finger simultaneously. It's a kind of a repetition of this kind of stuff. It's quite difficult. If you're a guitarist, maybe you can do that, but otherwise it's quite difficult. And we have expert pianists experience this passive finger movement, very fast and complex passive movement for 30 minutes, just for 30 minutes. And then after that, they could play faster. It's very surprising because it's very lazy training. They are just taking a rest and relaxing like the couch potato, and then the finger was moved like da, 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 and after 30 minutes, you can play faster. It's like a dreaming technology. But what I was very, very surprised about, even after training with the right hand, left hand moved faster as well, even without experiencing anything, without any somatosensory input into the left hand. So there was some kind of intermanual transfer that happened. So that's also very interesting. So my dream is maybe we can use this kind of technology during sleeping, and after getting up, you can play piano much better. So this is one idea. And we also tried this technology after 2 weeks of practicing at home. So we asked the expert pianists practicing at home for 2 weeks, the same movement, very boring training. And after that, there is no improvement. So you can see the ceiling effect. If the graph figure goes down, the performance gets faster. So there is a ceiling here, maybe after the 14 days. And then after that, they came to our laboratory and tried this kind of path movement. And then you can see the big improvement of the finger dexterity or speed. And then after going back to home, the effect was almost nothing. So that's another problem of this technology. The retention effect was just for 1 day, and maybe in 2 days, the effect disappears. So I don't know how to augment this kind of the effect. So this is what we would like to overcome now. And any further interesting thing is after this kind of the training, there was no improvement of the motor functions, like the speed of this kind of the single finger movement, like tapping, for example. There is no change. And also muscular strength and anatomically, like the spreading the hand, anatomical change of the hand, there was no change. So only this kind of the skill was improved. So it's not like the super doping of the hand movement. It's like the enhancer of the specific skill. So that's why we can say this is a very specialized training for the specific task. And one more interesting effect was this training effect was larger for younger people, like adolescent pianists, as compared to adult people. Maybe you are still young, so that's why you can benefit more from this kind of technology compared with many other professors. So this is the good news for younger people. So that's why we are using this technology now in our piano academy designed for the junior pianists. So we organize this kind of educational opportunity for pianists using this technology. And one more ambition is we can use this kind of the movement for copying and pasting the skills. So you can see this system, like this one is a data graph. You can see the light one. So light one is a data graph, and left one is a robot. So that's why once some expert pianists, for example, move the fingers, you can experience that movement exactly where, even though you are in Japan or even though you are in Africa or somewhere. So we are still believing that this kind of the remote education would be helpful especially for the COVID situation. So next example is how to improve the haptic functions of the expert pianists. So because our target is experts, so that's why I'm always working with expert pianists. And then here in our postdoc, Masato, he developed this kind of system. So you know the phantom system. It's a haptic device that can be attached to the piano key. And then we can change the weight of the piano key, the heavier or lighter. So it's a kind of the quiz. So after hitting the key, and then the system asks, hey, do you think this is heavier or lighter compared with the normal piano key? And we can answer like yes or no, and then. And then what is very interesting is we can provide the answer like that, yes, this is heavier, or no, this is lighter or something. So this is kind of the iteration between the system and the pianist. And after kind of this iteration over 30 minutes again, then there was an improvement of the haptic function of the haptic function of the trained finger. So the left figure shows the thermosensory functions after the training. So here is the before that, and after the training, you can see the black line. So the threshold of the identifying the change of the key weight was improved in expert pianists. But this is very interesting because this is just a perceptual training, asking the weight of the key. So there is no training of their motor function. But even after this kind of the thermosensory function training, then there was also an improvement of the motor function as well. So you can see the change of the fine motor control, accuracy of the force production. So to create the target force, it's very precise control. So then this ability or this skill was also improved after this thermosensory training. So this is what he found. And then what was also very interesting was this training was only effective for expert pianists. And if you are no musicians, you cannot benefit from this training. So this is very specialized training for expert pianists because the pianist's brain has a model of the piano key. So they can update, hey, this is heavier or this is not. But if you are no musicians, you don't have any model or like the internal model of the piano key. So that's why you cannot update that. So that's maybe the reason behind. And he also tested like what kind of change happened in the brain using the computational model. And what he also found was like the feedback control. So feedback control is like the, using the sensory feedback during movement performance. This function was improved after this training, but feed forward control was not improved. So this is also very interesting findings behind. So let me switch to the next topic. So next topic is choking under pressure. So if you have some stage fright, so and maybe you have some hesitation of presenting in front of many audience like me today, for example, and people speak, so for example, faster in front of the audience. This is very common phenomenon or problem. But we don't know what is going on in the behind. So we've first tested some sensory function or time perception function got abnormal under pressure, but this was not the case. There was no change in the time perception under pressure, so this is good news. And the second thing that we tested is the motor functions. Maybe after, during presenting in front of the many audiences, I'm like maybe hyperactive, so that's why my muscle can move faster. So this can be possible, but this was also not the case. That's what we found. Then what we tested is maybe sensory motor integration function becomes abnormal under pressure. So what we tested is to put the delayed auditory feedback. Maybe you know the delayed auditory feedback in the speech situation, and if you use this one, then you cannot speak normally. So this is a delayed auditory feedback, the transiently delaying the timing of the production of the tone production. And then there is a disruption of the performance. And this disruption is usually very small if you are expert pianist, because your brain is very robust, and then you can play normally even with this kind of the sensory perturbation if there is no psychological stress. However, under pressure, even expert pianists is disrupted by this kind of the sensory perturbation. So this means our sensory motor integration system becomes very fragile or more flexible under pressure. So in other words, the sensory motor integration system becomes more feedback-like control, because usually they are using the feed-forward control, sorry, but under pressure they are using the feedback control. So that's why we are going to, we also develop some training to ameliorate or normalize this kind of the abnormality of the sensory motor control. So we asked expert pianists to play with delayed auditory feedback. But instruction was, please ignore this delay. So this kind of artificial delay. So they just practice without listening. And then after that, we did some kind of the pressure condition experiment. And then even after giving some sensory perturbation, their performance was really robust. So that's why maybe we can use this kind of auditory, delayed auditory feedback training system as a way of training to overcome the psychological stress or stage fright problem. So the final topic is the musician dystonia. As I mentioned, so this is a neurological disorder. It's not like the orthopedic disorder, because you can see the problem like the hyperflexion, not only for the right hand of the pianist, but also you can see the left hand of the violinist, because you know violinist plays like this. And if you are a violinist, sometimes you develop the dystonia at the right arm, because bowing is the arm and the fingering is the left hand. And if you are a drummer, for example, sometimes you develop the foot dystonia. Foot dystonia is some problem of the abnormal stabilization of the foot movement because of this problem. Then we investigate what is going on in our brain, and by using the brain stimulation technique. It's not like the electric stimulation. It's non-invasive, so very safe stimulation. So you have no problem. You don't have to worry about that kind of the stimulation. And we put the magnetic stimulator here over the primary motor cortex that is connected with our hand. And then we stimulate it to investigate our brain functions, whether it is normal or abnormal, and compare between the expert pianist, the healthy expert pianist, and expert pianist with focal dystonia, focal hand dystonia. And what we found was a kind of the two abnormality or functional abnormality within our brain. First, when we try to accelerate our finger movement, the musician's brain with dystonia accelerate too much. So that's why if we want to move like this, then brain accelerate too much, then like this. So it's like Porsche. Then we cannot stop very quickly. So the second problem is when we change the direction from flexion to extension, it's quite difficult to switch the movement direction. It's a kind of the braking of the movement. We cannot stop and we cannot brake. So that's why there is some abnormality, behavior abnormality as well, as you can see. So to normalize that, what I found was maybe we can copy and paste our motor program within the brain. Because if you have some focal dystonia at the right hand, usually the left hand is intact, no problem. So that's why this kind of intact motor program is stored at the right brain. So we'd like to copy this information and transfer into the opposite side to maybe re-teach or re-educate the affected brain. So to realize that, we use the transcranial direct current stimulation, which was developed in Göttingen in Niedersachsen. And then we tried to use that because you are engineers, so you know that the electric current goes from positive to negative, so anode to cathode. So the idea is I just put the anode to the non-affected side and the cathode over the affected side to move the motor program. And this is before and this is after this kind of stimulation. And you can see what changed at the left index finger. So this is before. Oops, sorry. Once again. Can you see the hyperflexion? Oh, it's quite difficult to find the location. Yeah, like this. Maybe it's the right moment. You can see the hyperflexion of the index finger. And after the brain stimulation, we can it's still there, but still the problem was improved by 30%. So that's why we can use this kind of the non-invasive brain stimulation as a way of restoring the abnormal motor control in pianists. So maybe I can skip that. So then what I was struggling was how to implement this kind of the research finding into the education. We know many things as a researchers and scientists, but we cannot use in the real world. So that was what I was struggling as a pianist. So that's why I developed this kind of the educational platform in Japan. So this is a kind of the combination between the conventional music education and also maybe a little bit like the state-of-the-art education using the science and technology, which we call PIC. So it's a kind of the combination of the using the technology of visualizing or hapticizing the finger movement or arm movement together with the kind of the conventional education. So for that, we invite some pianists from Germany as well. And also we are working together with some engineers and researchers to establish a new standard of music education, a kind of the STEAM education for young teen-aged pianists. So they are very talented, they practice a lot, but they are struggling to overcome the ceiling. So for that, we'd like to support for that. Of course, we cannot do that only by scientists and engineers. So that's why we need to make a synergy between art education and physical education. So for the engineering side, we developed this kind of the multimodal skill assessment system specialized for pianists, so we can see everything. So the sensor is embedded under the piano key, 88 keys, and we can visualize everything. And Professor Koike skipped, but he developed a very beautiful system that can automatically identify the hand posture only by using the camera without the motion capture, without annoying markers. So that's a very good one. And also we can use a Kinect to visualize and assess body postures, because some pianists are playing like this, like the Glenn Gould, so that is very bad. So that's why we can correct that kind of the bad posture as well. And then by using this system, we can identify what can be a possible problem of the music performance. For example, here, the left side, you can see the pianist who is teaching the young student. And we can see the hand movement. Like in this case, the task was like trill. Trill is like the repetition of the two fingers like this. And then this pianist said, the piano teacher said, your sound is not crystallized enough. It's a very artistic expression, not crystallized. It's quite difficult how to collect or how to make the sound more crystallized. And then we tried to identify the problem behind. And what we found was like the thumb movement was really slow to lift after the key depression. So the thumb was staying at the bed of the key even after depressing. So this was the case of the student. But if you look at the expert pianist, the finger movement was really quick. So that's why we said, this might be the possible problem behind it. And then they can, this student can quickly fix the problem. This is the point, I think, because usually piano lesson is just for 1 hour and very expensive. So that's why we like to use this time more efficiently and maybe economically better way. So this is our maybe ambition to use our platform for the AI-human interactions, because we cannot touch the creativity. We cannot touch the artistic aspect of the education as a scientist, because I'm a pianist, so that's why I don't want to touch that area. But as a scientist, I would like to touch more like the body or skills aspects of the piano performance or music performance or embodiment of the creativity. So that's why AI system, for example, or sensing system can identify some potential candidates of the problem. So then, based on that information, we can hypothesize how to improve our expression. So this is a kind of some ideas. So we cannot test that, but we can get some the potential hypothesis by using this kind of system. So it's a kind of the exploration and the exploitation idea, because the system can explore our possible way of practicing or moving our body. And then we can use, I had no idea, but thanks to AI, now I understand. Maybe this kind of the practice might help. So this is the kind of the future of the music education. And thanks to that, and now we performed our POC of this kind of the educational platform for young pianists. And then, surprisingly, young pianists are very quick to learn this kind of the technology, and many pianists got the prizes at the international piano competitions, even though they had never won any prizes at the international competition before using the system. So this might be maybe promising potential of this kind of technology. I know there are many criticisms also. So this is the final slide. So I'd like to overcome the limit of the creativity by using this kind of the technology and science, and to realize the sustainable development of the culture. So this is our goal. And toward this goal, we are working together with many scientists and engineers, and also pianists as well, to make a synergies in a seamless way. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have one short question before the coffee break? No? Then let me just ask one short question.
No, better to take a coffee now, I think.
Yeah, just a very short one.
No,
this is all very focused like on piano players.
Yeah.
But do you have any idea how your results basically would translate to other musical instruments that basically require other kinds of body movements and so on?
Yeah. One of the big challenge is to suppose a brass player, because we cannot visualize the tongue movement. But Professor Lekimoto, for example, I'm not sure if he will present, but he can visualize the tongue movement by using ultrasound, putting like here. Okay. So maybe this kind of the visualization might help, or maybe to correct my bad R pronunciation, because I don't know if my R pronunciation is strong enough for German people, or maybe for Dutch people especially.
Okay, then let's thank Shinichi.
Thank you.
Shinichi?
Yes,
is that the right pronunciation again? Okay, so there is some coffee coming in, And while they are preparing the coffee, just a couple of points. For those of you who haven't registered yet, there are your badges, and if you haven't signed, please sign. We need your signature for getting the money for the coffee bag. And one more question.
Sorry.
Who of you, or how many of you, brought some posters and demos? The demo chairs asked. You can see. Not that many. Okay. Okay, and then last point, coffee is there. There are also like the cups for the coffee, and please keep your coffee cup, because we will also have coffee in the afternoon, but no new cups for that. So keep your coffee cup until then. Okay, I think this is it. picture for the website. Okay, while the last persons are going back to their place, we have, sorry, Shh. Thank you. Okay, we now have Asa Ito here from the Humanity Research Center at the Tokyo Institute of Technology's Institute for Innovative Research. That's quite a name. She has actually quite an interesting vita that I found on the website. As far as I read, you initially intended to become a biologist, but then basically went to arts and did your PhD in literature. And now her main interest is about aesthetics, with a particular focus on the aesthetic experiences of people with special needs. And this is, and today you're going to talk to us basically about what it means to our body if it can do now things that it wasn't able to do before. So I'll give you the microphone.
Okay. So thank you very much for a beautiful introduction. Again, my name is Asa Ito from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. So thank you very much for having me today. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to make this possible. So I will make my presentation with the title of The Paradox in Skill Acquisition. What does it mean for a body to be able to do what it could not do? So let me start my talk with very short self-introduction. So I am the only humanity researcher on Dr. Koike's team. I am a doctor of aesthetics. Aesthetics is not so popular academic field in Japan, but as you know, it was established here in Germany in around 18th century by Baumgarten. It's a kind of sister discipline of philosophy. It is a word-based research, but unlike philosophy, aesthetics focuses on human experiences that are hard to put into words. And as an aesthetician, I call my research differently abled aesthetics because I focuses on people with disabilities. I like to clarify how, for example, people who are blind see the world without the sense of sight. And I think I am a kind of outsider or stranger here and in our team. So I am an observer of the team and trying to witness how it goes, our research project, and trying to put into words what is happening, not by numbers. And I published a book, this one, the end of last year. The title is Karada wa Yuku in Japanese, and can be translated in English, Body Meets Technology. This is a book I conducted interviews to all the members of the team to consider what it means to be able to do something that could not be done before from the perspective of the body, not of technology, because I am a specialist of human body. In this book, I discussed there is an important paradox in skill acquisition. So let's assume that consciousness is in complete control of the body. Then it leads that the reason why the body cannot perform certain action is because the consciousness cannot collectively command the body. The next, the reason why consciousness cannot command the body is because consciousness cannot properly imagine the act. The next, the reason the consciousness cannot properly imagine the act is because the body has never done the act before. So if you assume that this hypothesis that consciousness is complete in control of the body is correct, it would mean that humans are never capable of new acts. You were never able to walk, or you were never ride a bicycle, or etc. So the truth is that consciousness is not in complete control of the body, which means that the body is leaving the control of consciousness when it is able to perform an act that it could not do before. In other words, being able to do something new means that the body reaches areas that consciousness cannot reach. So when the body succeeds, it is convinced, oh, that's how it works. This is the moment when consciousness catches up with the body. So the key is to allow the body to explore unknown possibilities. So I think the key words is to explore. For example, Dr. Makio Kashino, he is not our member, but has a very close interest with ours in the field of sport. He asked a former professional baseball player to throw the ball 30 times in the same way. However, when Dr. Kashino recorded the way this baseball player threw the ball, it appears that his pitching form was different every time he throws. Even though he thought he was throwing in the same way. So there is a difference in his awareness and his performances. For example, the release point of the ball was off by up to 14 centimeters, so wide. And despite the fact that his form was different each time, he was able to get the ball exactly where he wanted it to go. So Dr. Kashino concluded that his body must have subconsciously changed the way he threw to absorb the small changes in environment and posture each time. So Dr. Kashino says what is important is not mechanical reproducibility, but the reproducibility in the midst of variability of environment. So we have to take into account the subjective aspect of the skill acquisition, specifying individual body movements from the outside, such as the angle of the shoulder or how to move the feet, does not necessarily lead to can do. The more expert you are, the less you monitor your own body movements, like that baseball player. So the subjective sensation of the pitcher you saw the last slide, when throwing is just putting the ball on the rail, and the ball automatically goes to the catcher. So Michael Prani would put it, the tacit dimension, he said like this, the goal of modern science is said to be the complete elimination of the private and attainment of objective perception. But if tacit thought is an essential component of knowledge as a whole, then the idea of modern science of of exterminating all personal interaction elements would ultimately aim at the destruction of all knowledge. So I think the research of skill acquisition contains kind of challenge to the basis of modern science. So we can say that the role of technology to help people acquire new skill is to allow the body to explore unknown possibilities. What technology should do for skill acquisition is to invite the body into areas where the consciousness cannot lead it to. So technology should let the body go. And the role of technology is not to tell the body what is right or to force the body to move. For example, in our team, we have Shinichi Furuya, and he developed exoskeleton for pianists, as you already heard in his presentation. Historically or traditionally, there were so many pianos practice equipment in 19th century, but they were designed based on the idea of military training and was intended to force the hands to move. On the other hand, however, Furuya's exoskeleton helps learners to get new kinesthesia. It does not force hand to move. And pianists tend to stick to the assumed correct answer of this will work or this is my way to play the piano. However, this can lead to an inability to adapt to the differences in characteristics of each pianos which you encounter in your concert or competition or to performance environment each time, and to a misunderstanding of one's talent. So as Furuya said, the sustainability of human body, pianist body, is very important. So we can say that exoskeleton which Furuya has developed is a machine that lets you encounter your body that you never knew you had. We have another example in our team developed by Dr. Junichi Ushiba. He is our member, our important member, but unfortunately he is not present here. But he's a specialist of neuroscience, brain science, and he developed a virtual tail game, virtual tail movement game. It will be done by about 8 to 10 people, and each one has the devices on head, and also each has a tablet like iPad, which displays kind of monkey tail on it. And the system is like this. When brain waves in a specific region, like top of the head of the subject's brain get active, the BMI catches it, and the virtual tail displayed on the tablet moves like this. And of course, at first, no one can shake their tails, their virtual tails, since humans do not really have the sensory motor chain of the movement of the tail. However, when one subject happens to succeed, for example, by imagining monkey tail movements, then the way he succeeded is passed on the other subject. And eventually, everyone is able to do it. So the learning goes socially. And this is the stage of embodiment of the tail to human body. Dr. Ushiba says that this kind of learning can be said de novo learning, which is completely new learning experiences that cannot be calculated from previous experiences. So you have to find a way, you have to trial and error to find how to imagine to move your virtual tail. And Dr. Ushiba adapted this virtual tail game to rehabilitation of stroke patients. Yes, stroke patients have disabilities in, for example, right arms when he was hit by in the areas of left brain, and he has to find a new way, new alternative way to move his right arm in the new area of right brain or left part of brain. So Dr. Ushiba has developed devices like this. One is on the head, BMI, and the other is on the arm, which was disabled by his shock of stroke. And the system is like this. Only when the correct alternative pathways in the brain are activated, a robot attached to the arm is activated to assist with arm movement. The movement of the hand is a reward in learning, allowing the patient to acquire the correct use of the brain. So the damaged arm is like a virtual tail, which you have to find a way to move it. So Dr. Ushiba said it is impossible without BMI to select which pathway to activate and navigate the patient to use that pathway. Even if the patient does not explicitly know how to learn, the brain has a mechanism that automatically updates the program. And as long as it receives feedback at the right time, the brain will use it to change brain activity in the required direction. So I'd like to conclude my presentation. From the perspective of humanities researchers, research on skill acquisition should combine or bridge the subjective aspect and the objective aspect of our skill. And it should also take into account the differences in each individual's body. And also, as Dr. Koike has said, it has go outside the lab and measure the body in a real environment, real fluctuating environment. That is a big challenge to modern sciences. And it should not control the body, but allow it to explore its possibilities. Technology should not force, it should let the body go where it has never gone before. And it should know the right way is not always the right way. It depends on the situation, it depends on the person, it depends on the their skill of acquired skill of that body. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have questions? Albrecht, 1 second.
Thank you so much. I'm really intrigued by the skill acquisition as a group, and I think you had this example of the tail. Do you know sort of how basically, does this scale up to a group of 1 million people in the end, or is it sort of, what is your feeling if we basically as a society acquire skills? What do you think is this sort of, does this work on a societal level, or does it just work for a room of people? Because I think that would be quite intriguing if we basically can learn new things and basically get it out into society.
Thank you very much. I think that the learning is basically done in a society. So when one gets how to do it, he or she wants to tell someone to what he or she acquired. So we can co-run the new way to move our human bodies. So I think this can be adapted to much more bigger scale of society.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? If not, I think we directly continue because we're late anyways. Thank you again. And next up, we have Max Mühlhäuser from the Technical University of Darmstadt, who is working on a lot of different topics and that are all somehow connected to the term of UbiComp. And today Max is going to show us how the way we interact with technology on the go today using smartphones and things like that is not mobile friendly at all, and how mixed reality can help in this. This is at least what I got from the title. Perfect.
Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's a really exciting workshop, I'm realizing. And yeah, the M will not go away. You know, this play of words with the title is not going to be more exciting than this. So we're looking into mobility, mobile, outdoor use of extended reality. Now, if we look at this merging of the digital and the analog world that we are all witnessing and participating in and contributing to, there is a somewhat, you know, if you wish, decade distance in the evolution of virtual reality and augmented reality, where virtual reality is really, you know, has arrived in the kids' rooms with all kinds of headsets that have come somewhat cheap, and augmented reality is still a bit out, you know, and we're still mostly experimenting with it, except for what AR Core and AR Kit are offering, which is not really the greatest user experience you can think of. So it's interesting to notice that there is something in between where, you know, instead of the digital world being, you know, molded over the physical world, as in AR, we have cutouts of the physical world that are embedded in a virtual reality environment to augment possibilities. And a good example is micro-invasive surgery, where the surgeons have all kinds of possibility, for instance, to do intricate tasks like, you know, the stitching and sewing of blood vessels, of the tiny structures inside the body from outside, and they have very elaborate input devices for that, and they can zoom into everything. So VR is really augmenting the capabilities here. And interesting enough, if you look at what the companies do, my feeling from outside is that Meta, you know, wants to grasp this middle issue here first, and then go towards AR, whereas Google and Apple are more slanted towards the AR side in their ongoing development. So this is an interesting time for us. Anyway, this also means that VR and AR are not so distinguishable anymore. You know, if you go in a Zoom meeting today, tomorrow, and you have two groups that cooperate over a distance, you know, you have a lot of real environment and a lot of virtual environment. And we all know that due to the Zoom fatigue, we realize that we miss a lot on you know, by going virtual, and the question is, which senses do we need in addition? How can we improve on video conferencing to make it more a feeling of being there without being there? So this is lots of interesting research going on and development. Now for today, I want to focus on how we can use these two kinds of technologies in the context of outdoor city scale usages on the move, and that's what that term mobile extended reality comes from. Well, let me play out a little video that is already a couple of years old that was quite critical, but showcased a lot of what we can expect.
Estoy libre de mi ira. Estoy libre de mi tristeza. El amor es mi triunfo.
You see that the whole real world is overlaid here in this vision with digital information, and whatever you think about it, you know, it shows that the seamless integration has lots of challenges, but also lots of opportunities. And here we see it on the city scale really, and that is just a very smooth overlay of digital and analog information. And it's really worthwhile to still watch that video, because it's also addressing a couple of very critical issues. So overall, the idea is to augment especially visual capabilities by tightly integrating bits and atoms, digital and analog world, right? So what do we need for that? Today's AR and VR are inappropriate in many ways. Like for instance, the input that is for VR pretty much game-centric, and for AR it's this terrible gestures that we know that we are not really very, very fond of. So one of the things that Florian Müller, who is here, investigated was, you know, can we use our lower limbs? And a colleague of his, Sebastian, was looking at the upper limbs, and then, you know, another issue when you go city scale and you look at today's room scale applications is, you know, how do we scale up? In VR, can we teleport better? Can we blend and augment the environment in a better way? So this is a whole set of issues. You know, how can we improve on output? How can we incorporate the other human senses? Albrecht already talked about that. The question is, which ones can we afford outdoors, you know, and which are the best ones and most promising ones? How can we improve on input? Martin Schmitz, who is here, worked on that a lot. You know, how can we make controllers that are customized to a certain task, that are, for instance, mounted on your bike for biking, etc. How can we improve on that? And then the point number 5, how does all this, you know, involve urban mapping? And I'll get to that in a couple of minutes. It's going to be the key issue for my talk today. So I'll skip most of this, just give you a glance of 2 of the intermediate steps, and then concentrate on urban mapping. So things we can do on the move, on the go, with our limbs. For instance, our upper limbs you know, do not really exploit the full 3D range that we have surrounding us. So as you saw in this example, you know, we can use the two-dimensional plane for selecting applications, and then the z-axis for doing continuous or discrete selections. And there's numerous applications for that, you know, dealing with maps, dealing with keyboards on the move, with, you know, exploiting these cumbersome inputs to the smart watches a lot better. There's many use cases where we can really use the range that our upper limbs can cover and use that for input. And of course, there are various HCI research challenges, like, you know, for the discrete model, how many discrete steps can you afford with a good user interfaces? What's the minimal maximum distance and all these? So there's a lot of research going on, and that also Sebastian Günther in my group exploited. As to, you know, using the lower limbs, this example shows you that when you're, you know, in the city, your upper limbs are quite often busy, and the question comes, you know, can we add, as it's just one option, the use of the lower limbs for selecting from menus, etc. Now, for menu selection with just a tapping gesture with your feet, there's basically two possibilities. Florian worked on that for his PhD. One is direct interaction, so you look down on your feet, you see the menu, and then you select by tapping, as opposed to you keep your eyes forward, which is of course preferable, and you use your proprioception for the tapping gesture. And of course, this is preferable because you continue to look around, which is what you do in when you're roaming in the city. However, as could be showed, of course, when you look down, you are much more precise with selecting a certain, you know, menu item, and you can display and use much more elaborate menus if you have direct interaction. Now, this was a very nice Kai paper, but as often with Kai papers, the outcome is wonderful and gets a lot of praise and honorable mentions and all that. But after a while, you realize it was a little bit of crap because imagine you try to figure out with a mouse how precisely can you touch an object on the screen without a mouse pointer. You know, of course, you are not very precise. That's why we have a mouse pointer. And for this indirect interaction, you keep your eyes straight, and you see the menu laid out. If you see your foot where it is relative to the menu, you can probably get much better results. We didn't do that. He got his PhD in the meantime, so he went on. And of course, he also tried to figure out how can you do that while you're walking, and that's another issue. So you're walking, you get a menu selection, and you get it laid out on the ground, and by deciding which lane you go, you make a selection, and there's all again, interesting research questions like how many of these can we lay out? What's the appropriate distance of these for being discrete? How long do you have to stay on the line to log it in? All these things. So that was just a glimpse at one of the steps towards, you know, city scale use of augmented reality in that case. We also did a lot with human senses, mainly in the works of Sebastian Günther, like you know, mechanical forces for haptics and what I called articulate touch that guides you and navigates your arms and hands, etc. Kinesthetic feedback where your body gets even actuated. Thermal feedback, and that's the only one where I want to show you a glance. Why temperature at all? Is it really important? I was honestly a bit skeptic in the beginning, but indeed temperature plays a huge role in our life, not only in the direct sense of things being hot and cool as a thermal sensation, but it also has a lot of connotation in the figurative sense, right? And therefore, it is really something to explore, and we did that with wearables and showcased it in quite a number of applications, like here, firefighting simulations, where showing a fire is one thing, but having you experience it with the thermal wearable is another thing. And indeed, if you look at combinations of visual and thermal output, the immersive experience, if you combine them, is really a lot better. And it's even the case that if you give a non-congruent stimuli, so you say, you visualize, say, a fire, but you give cold stimuli or the inverse, then the thermal output, the thermal sensation on your body overrides what you see. So it's so strong that it's even stronger than the visual impression that you get, which is really astonishing. So this shows that this sense is really worth pursuing, right? And of course, the wearable that we build is way too clumsy and too inappropriate for mobile use. But you have a field of sensation, of thermal sensation in your neck that is extremely sensitive, and therefore we are currently studying to use just one Peltier element at your neck, and that's something you can easily add to glasses or necklaces, etc., and can give you really a difference in the immersiveness of your experiences. So that was just a glimpse at one other issue for improving on our immersive experience that we can get even on the city scale. Now let me turn to the one thing I want to bring forward today for outdoor virtual and augmented reality. If you look at what we have today with Google Maps, Apple Maps, etc., Bing and all these, we started with 2D and augmentation of all kinds of information on the map. We added things like Street View, and gradually we're moving to 2.5D. We have that with Google Earth and so on, and the satellite views for years now. Advanced projects like Virtual Singapore showed us that a real 3D model has a lot of advantages, and indeed there's lots of exploitation of that currently going on around the world, often on a city scale, on a hotspot scale for street crossings or central hotspots of the city, etc. Now, the only thing that's really missing here is dynamics. If you have a 3D model of the city, you can use that for many things, but you don't really get an impression of what goes on in the dynamicity with the mobile objects, with flows of people, etc. All this is very hard to include, and especially it's not captured with the technology that's around. The technology, for instance, for Google is fourfold. They have satellites, planes, the cars, and backpacks, basically, for measuring the world. And this is currently going on in 3D as opposed to 2 and 2.5D in the past. Now, for the more dynamic things, we also have a lot of technology, namely in the context of assisted and autonomous driving, but that takes a very point of view kind of understanding of the outside of the car. So it is an important technology, but it's also not ready for what we really want to have, namely 3D mapping that includes the time dimension and the dynamics of what's going on in the city. So these 3D models today are static. which means you cannot use them, you know, for issues on the road, for instance, in this funny example here. That's what you would cover with assisted driving today, which is something different, totally different line of technologies, and not integrated with the urban mapping that's going on. The models are still very error prone. There are gigantic trees in Berlin, which no one has ever seen in reality. And they are privacy violating. So the more we want to, you know, use this technology in daily life, including the dynamics, we have to take care of privacy. Well, now, what can we do with that? The applications are endless. And of course, games and marketing and sales will take the lead because this is where the money goes. But then we'll have all kinds of things like campaigns in the city, like simulations for, you know, city planning. This is a wind simulation, for instance, in 3D. And there's endless things for, you know, the long-term city planning, the shorter-term navigation. You can enumerate endlessly about applications. Now, what's the real advantage of having that in 3D plus time? You have to look closely, because today already, since maybe a decade, we have apps like Wikitude on the left, which are totally 2D, and just by using orientation, compass, you know, and using the peep-through people metaphor of the smartphone, they add text to things in the environment to show you what is where. That's something you can do in 2D with a little bit of augmentation. 3D, you see on the right, in the first glance gives you a much smoother way of incorporating information, user interfaces, etc. So that's one step forward. If you want to integrate 3D video of things from the past, or the impression of that same city's quarter during summer when you walk there, things like that, you can play in augmented reality, but then you have to start to mix the dynamics of today with the dynamics of the past. And if you want to do it right and for instance, present fine-grained navigation different from what heads-up displays are doing today, you really want to map it onto the street, and this is where you need 3D and even 3D dynamics if you really want to navigate in the street where there's all kinds of traffic participants, you know. And if you want to do that in real time, you can also take some examples from today's applications that do it in 2D, and you get, you know, the hang of what that means if you can do that in 3D plus time, right? So the ultimate quest here is for 3D plus time, which we call 4D. Let me give you just one more example of things you can do with that. If you mount the capturing capacity on, say, street lamps or red lights at a crossing, for instance, that instrumentation can look around the corner and can see things that the driver, in that case here of that blue car, cannot see. So you can augment the security, safety, and information for that blue car driver about things that she or he cannot yet realize because it's around the corner. And of course, the intricate question is, you know, does it help, and how can we display that in a real augmented display for that driver, so that, you know, you get the impression I can really see through the wall around the corner and see that, for instance, firefighting car, you know, race by. So that's just one example of the many, many things you can do then. Now, how can we get there? Google's planes, Google's streetcars, you know, roam the city once, get all the imagery, the footage, build their 3D models, and they are gone. This is static. How can we do that in a dynamic way? We need instrumentation that remains. So we have to mount it, for instance, on street lamps. And given that, we can then create a whole pipeline from imagery that does the 3D capturing and reconstruction of 3D models, the control and the visualization, and everything as basically a computing pipeline up to the point where we display that in virtual and augmented reality. Now, this example here shows that if I have that, I can, take a slider and go back and forth in time. For instance, for investigating an incident like an accident that happened, I can kind of teleport myself and take any point of view of that, can slide the time back, can look from another side, and can investigate how that accident actually happened. And for the scene understanding, of course, we need computer vision, and we need the right technologies, for instance, LiDAR, because it works at night and under slightly different weather conditions. For all the weather conditions, we need additional capturing, and then for evaluation purposes, we need RGB sometimes at some of the places. And the important thing is to go privacy first, and actually, let me skip that for time reasons. Actually, when you look at a LiDAR-based imagery, on the right you see RGB cams are definitely not privacy protecting. With LiDAR and other imagery, you are protecting. However, what do you do with this? You can hardly see it. Well, that's really privacy protecting. Anyway, what can you do with that? Because that's not what you want to show to the user, to the end user. Actually, what you can do is you can detect the movements, you can detect is it a pedestrian, e-scooter, bike, car, truck, whatever, and you can then replace that in your static model with model-based mobile objects. And here you see a more VR-like depiction of that, but you can also do that in AR, as at this, exactly using the same technology. And what you see here is we zoom into this 3D model of the city, and we see the dynamics. We see cars, we see pedestrians, and so on. So the actual course of what's going on is now visible in the context of the real city, Here another example, that's buildings at our university, where we can show the pedestrians actually as they were detected. And in this example, we mix synthetic and real people, but the real people are also model-based, so you don't see a face or clothing of someone, of a real person, but they are replaced by model-based people in order to protect privacy. And meanwhile, we did the same technology for RGB-based imagery. Let me go through that real quick for the sake of time. You zoom in here to some accident that you want to investigate, and you see how the accident happened. All the mobile objects here are replaced by model-based one. But what happened is the reality that was captured. Now, the next step that we are currently at is to go about, complex scene understanding and understanding of behavior of crowds, and also of groups of individuals, right? And for that, we are also investigating how we can translate that into something that uses minimal bandwidth, because of course the whole rendering is very bandwidth intensive. But since we are model-based anyway, you can download the static 3D model and then just, you know, transmit the procedural grammar sentences or expressions and statements for what happens dynamically, right? And here, for instance, you can then, you know, capture the behavior of, you know, the traffic flow, the pedestrian behavior, etc., the bicyclist behavior, and then start to do what-if scenarios, start to simulate in exactly the same way that you captured the behavior of reality. And this is, for instance, a typical trajectory procedural grammar that we're working on. And from the individual snapshots of how people behave, you compile a probabilistic a model of how they would actually behave. Give you an example. This is passing, one cyclist passing the other one, the yellow one passing the red one, and, you know, turning back because there's a third one coming from the right. So you capture those individual movements, and then you turn that into the procedural rules, and from there you aggregate and describe the, you know, probabilistic behavior of those bikers. And currently we are applying some of this to issues of bikes, because bikes lag back a lot in the safety features that cars have you know, been enriched with through the last 2 or 3 decades. So bikers on the street are the least safe ones, and we use some of this technology, for instance, for improving bike safety. Okay, that's it from my side. Before I come up with the summary slide, let me pay credit to the people who are currently in the lab, and of course the many who have contributed in the past. As I said, 3 of them are currently with us, and of course this also happened due to our very nice collaborations and to the work of many excellent students. Let me summarize. Immersive HCI rules, that's clear. We have AR, we have VR, and VR+. And we are looking into enabling that on the city scale. I've briefly talked about 4 steps and then highlighted step 5. How can we integrate this with urban mapping that is 3-dimensional plus includes the time dimension? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Max. Do we have time for one very short question?
They're getting shorter and shorter.
I have one. I think sort of the question of privacy, I think you highlighted it with the city. And I think what we have seen so far, it's so much more valuable for everybody if we don't have it, for everybody but the individual. So just think of having a city, and I can really see, basically, if I have the choice between a model-based thing and the real thing 3D animated based on the people, I would probably, as an observer, pick the real thing if I want to check out why this accident happened, why. So I would not want to go for this. So basically, how do we negotiate as a society in the end whether we want to have that privacy or whether it's basically just an illusion we want to keep up a few years till everybody else has done it differently?
Well, in Europe, we still believe in privacy, I would say. So this experiment... Yeah, I have it still. So the experiment is still ongoing, and it's a live experiment around the globe. If we want to keep it, I would say that, for instance, of course, this model-based stuff that I showed you was low poly, and for a purpose, because I can easily show it here on the computer. But we are going high poly, and we're going at artificial faces and postures and people that you cannot distinguish anymore. On the contrary, there's this famous publication where they showed artificial faces that were considered real faces more often than the real faces were considered real, and vice versa. So we're getting there, that this issue of, you know, the appearance and the aesthetics goes away. What remains, of course, is the question, what do we do with that? Because you can create lots of fake, you know, things that never happened. You want to investigate a crime or something, then definitely the authorities should get access to the real imagery. But for the general purpose, I think it opens the possibility, because if you want to sell something like that in Europe, you better go privacy, I would say.
Okay. We can move that to the next coffee break, or to the moving over to the next building. We have 2 more talks. We switched the last talks of Hans and Yoon, so we now have the Zoom talk, so it doesn't get too late in Japan. So let's see if we can get this to work. You're still muted.
Yeah, no. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, sure. Now we can start.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for, can you see me? No, right? Wait.
Yes.
No, my video is not working. Okay. Anyways.
Yes, I can hear
you. For being here, Yoon. It's really, we're really sad all here that you couldn't come here to Munich because of that flight cancellation. But anyways, we're really looking forward to your talk. And I think we can all hear you. So you can start whenever you're ready.
So, can I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizing this wonderful workshop. Unfortunately, I cannot go there because of the Lufthansa strike. But I want to share our research on human augmentation. So, can I start? I think so far. Okay, so thank you very much, and thank you very much for organizing this wonderful workshop. Unfortunately, I cannot go there because of the Lufthansa strike. But I want to share our research on human augmentation and human AI integration. So I think so far we are discussing the many aspects of human augmentation, and this is the chart we are using in my laboratory. So the human augmentation can be roughly divided to the 4 directions: the body augmentation and presence augmentation, like telepresence, also perception augmentation, like AR, augmented reality, and cognition augmentations of how to understand the situation. And I will mainly talk about today, it's a combination of perception and cognition augmentation, and related to the artificial intelligence or deep learning. So I think recently there are very rapid progress of augmented AI technologies. So you see that almost every day something new is happening, like ChatGPT or generative AI. So something very new or very rapidly advancing the augmented AI, artificial intelligence. But I think the term AI and augmentation or intelligence amplification IA is coined about 1950s and almost at the same time. So AI is, of course, it's a kind of technology that create intelligent artificial things like robot or autonomous robot or computers. But at the same time, IA means intelligence amplification is a technology that augment your ability, human's ability, using technology. So they it's a this comprised of the robot and cyborg. So I think the combination of these two technologies, AI and IA, is very, very promising and interesting. So the AI plus IA or AI times IA, which is called human AI integration. And so the human computer interaction will evolve by using intelligence technologies. So there are two directions. The one is the human robot interaction. So we have autonomous robot or intelligent things. So the interaction between ourselves and the intelligence robot or intelligent software is a very important field, which is called human robot interaction. And also we want to talk about human AI integration. It's a more cyborg type technology. So the AI will become a part of yours or part of your abilities, and maybe indistinguishable from your own abilities and AI's abilities. So today's I'm focusing on silent speech technology as an example of human AI integration. And recently, our laboratory is very much interested in the technology called silent speech. Silent speech means that normally we say speak, and the voice automatic speech recognition, voice recognition can understand what I am talking. But if I am just using mouse, but without using real voice, but still this motion can be decoded by the system. So we are applying many types of sensors like ultrasonic sensors or skin motion sensors or depth sensors or normal lip reading sensors. And also recently we are trying to the neural decoding. So this is the EEG decoding. But why we are interested in silent speech? Because it's as a next generation human computer interaction. Because the normal speech recognition can be very, very useful with a limited environment like a private rooms. But when you want to use speech recognition in a public space, like in a train, so it's not so good because you have to speak your own private things to the public, or maybe your voice is it can be a noise for the surrounding people. So if we want to use the silent speech, so just using using the mouth motion or lip motion, and then the computer can recognize what you are talking about. So it's a very convenient and rapid way to interact, or hands-free. So I think it's a kind of very ultimate interaction technique especially for mobile interactions. And the other direction is this kind of technology can support for people with speech or hearing disabled, impaired. So even though many reasons, some people cannot speak correctly, or maybe some people have an injured vocal cord, or they have to more dystonia or other symptoms, and they not can speak correctly. And also there is a hearing impaired people cannot recognize what you are talking, what you are speaking. So then the speaking quality is not so satisfactory. But in this case, the AI can support this type of people. And the first example is this silent voice, which is called sottovoce. So this is using the sound ultrasonic sensor like this, and then this ultrasonic probe can recognize the motion inside of your mouth, like this one. So this is the opposite way. So this position is your under the lower jaw, and this is upside. So then, sorry, maybe I forgot to share the sound. So just a moment, sorry. Oh, it's okay. So this is example of normal speech with a ultrasonic probe.
Alexa, play music.
Can you hear this sound of this voice?
Alexa, play music.
Okay, so this person said, Alexa, play music. And then this white line is actually your tongue. So you have a motion inside of your mouth. So this is normal voice. But then this one,
Alexa, play music.
This is normal voice. And the topic is that the AI or deep learning neural network can infer what you are talking only by using this images, this mouse motion image. The next one is actually the voice estimated by the deep neural networks.
Alexa, what's the weather like?
Oh, something happening.
Alexa, what's the weather like?
This is their voice.
Alexa, what's the weather like?
So this slightly noisy voice is not by the human, but from the deep neural networks. So we have a lot of data set. So that for the normal utterances with this voice, and then we can infer their voice from these ultrasonic images.
Alexa, play music.
So we combine two types of convolutional neural networks. And then the images, ultrasonic image can generate the voice sound.
Alexa.
And this is actually the system. So we have an ultrasonic module here, and then we have a neural network here. So it runs on a normal laptop with GPUs.
Alexa, play music. Alexa, play music. Alexa, stop music. Alexa, play music.
Okay, so this is the first example. The second example is other type of sensors by using other type of sensors. So this is the accelerometers or gyro sensor with the motion sensor. It's a very small MEMS sensors. So we can attach these sensors to the under the lower jaw of the skin and to detect skin motion when you are speaking. So when you speak something, your lip motion is mostly controlled by the muscles around here, so under the jaw. So if you can correctly sense this motion, so it may be possible to estimate your utterances. And also, of course, you speak something, so your lower jaw also moves. So this motion is quite correctly related to your utterances. So, and also, we are inspired by the Helen Keller with Anne Sullivan. So as you know, the Helen Keller cannot see and cannot hear, but she can touch the Miss Anne Sullivan, who is her teacher, Helen Keller's teacher, and then try to estimate the motion, lip motion, by using lip tactile sensing or fingers tactile sensing. So if the computer or deep neural network can estimate the lip motion by using this kind of tactile sensing, it should be possible to estimate what she is speaking. So this is actually a system. So we watching the speaking, and then the skin is moving. So we can attach a skin motion sensor like here, these locations. And also you notice that the skin is moving while you are speaking something. So this motion can be captured by the accelerometers. So we have two accelerometers. So we have 12 dimensions time sequence signals. So by using convolutional neural networks, so it should be possible to detect what you are speaking. In this case, we can classify a speech command. So this is actually a system. So if you look at very carefully, so he is wearing sensors here, and then this is the result of detection.
Alexa, play music.
Here is Spotify.
Alexa, play next.
So you can see that I'm speaking without actual voice, but only using the lip motion, and then the system can detect and synthesize my voice, and then the system can actually control this Alexa, which is voice control device. So without actually using my voice. And these two examples is using straightforward convolutional neural network, which is very simple. But recently, we are using more sophisticated technology, which is called self-supervised learning or contrastive language, contrastive learning. So in this case, we are going to present this work in coming CHI 2023. So in this case, this is a topic, the lip reading. And lip reading, but a speaker-independent lip reading by using contrastive learning. So if you are familiar with CLIP or contrastive language image pre-training, which is very popular or deep learning technique that translate from language to image. So which is, I think, one of the foundation recently very popular generative AIs. But in our case, we use similar clip mechanism for speaker independent lip readings. What I'm saying is if there is a one speaker here and other speakers here, and if this speaker and this speaker are different speakers, but saying the same command, so we can classify this position more closely related. And then while this same speaker but other different command, so we can classify this this position different from the normal position. So then by using this contrastive learning, so we have very clear latent space of speech commands. So each cluster represent each speech command by using many different speech for the actual environment.
We present Lip Learner, customizable silent speech interactions on mobile devices.
Hello, Alexa. Get directions to gas station.
With a few-shot transfer learning framework, users can easily create their own silent speech commands with just one sample and use them for seamless and private communication. Our model exhibits high robustness in various scenarios, which is achieved by a contrastive pre-training pipeline. A user study demonstrated that Lip Learner can support a diverse vocabulary in multiple languages, democratizing silent speech interaction by enabling real-time recognition and in-situ command customization on mobile devices.
So in this case, the user can first teach the lip reading lip command by actually saying the command. So the Alexa play music. And then the next time, the system automatically recognizes the lip motion. So the user can very easily add new command for the lip reading.
We present.
Okay. The final one example is a whisper, which is a slightly different of silent speech version, which is the whisper to normal voice conversion. So whispering, like this one, whispering, is the another way to say speech command. And in this system, it can recognize normal voice as well as silent speech or whisper speech. So then, the technique is we use the transformers, and then by using the self-supervised learning, so there is a difference between normal speech and whisper speech, and then the system can reduce this difference, and then finally this system can recognize the normal speech as well as the whisper speech at the same time, like this one. So this is an example.
A quick brown fox jumps over the lazy black dog.
A quick brown fox jumps over the lazy black dog.
All work and nobody makes Jack a dull boy.
or Wakanobre makes Chakadar boy.
Alexa, play music.
I accept play music.
Alexa, cancel alarms.
Chakadar
晴天なり。
させてなり、なり。日本語できますか or
So
Wakanobre make
actually, this is a language independent, so we can transfer English to Japanese.
Chakadar boy.
日本語できますか
日本語できますか
本日は晴天なり、本日は晴天なり。
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 So this system can convert whispered voice to the normal voice. But we are also interested or looking at the possibility of the people with speech disabilities or impaired, maybe injured vocal cord. Normally, this person is an example of this speakers with esophageal speech, which is this person extract his vocal cord, so he cannot use a normal vocal cord. So instead, they have to say using esophageal speech, something like this one.
Hello. My name is Dora, and I have a voice.
So our system can enhance this speech. Sorry. Good.
No. My name fell from this.
So I think that there is a possibility to reconstruct or enhance the people with such disabilities. So this is the user test for people with vocal impairment, and this blue bar is the MOS or mean opinion score of the original speech with injured vocal cord polyp or spasmodic dystonia. There are two major speech disabilities. And then this red bar is a result of our Whisper converted. So that we can see some improvement from the original speech to the enhancement speech. And also for the speech, a person with hearing impairment, we also have a slightly better improvement of the original speech to the Whisper converted speech. So we think that there is a possibility, so not just for interaction for silent speech for normal people, but this technology can support these people. And at the same time, we also noticed that not just the AIs, but the human can improve their abilities. So that means that we are talking about the decoding of the silent speech, so which is mainly talking about the training of deep neural network from our lip motion or to the normal voice. So it's AI part of training. But you notice that this person.
Alexa.
So the sound quality is not good because of some limited capability of the deep neural network decoding. But in this case, this person can train, and this person can learn to how to pronounce better in this situation.
Here's Spotify.
So I think there is a very interesting relationship between AIs and human abilities. So not just the AI's training or not just the humans training, but if we combine these two training or these two abilities, the result is much, much better than not just one side training. And also, so we can say that this is called some kind of a new way of human computer interactions. And originally, without computers, when we learn how to speak, so we speak something, we say something like hello, hello, and then we listen to this our own voice, and then we understand what I'm speaking, and then this loop can improve their ability of speech. And then in this case, our utterance can be also converted by computers like artificial networks. So then this loop can extend that incorporate human brains as well as artificial neural network, and there are new types of learning loop becoming possible. So we think that I want to call this is a cyber cortex or kind of extended brain. And then we want to refer to the very classical research related to this idea. So this is actually the Sydney Ferris by Jeffrey Hinton's work back in 1995. So almost 30 years ago. So in this case, also this is kind of a silent speech system, but they are using the hand gestures.
How's it going? It's alright. Not too bad. How are you?
No, not too bad, not too bad. A little busy these days. So what'd you do last night? Did you go out or what?
Yeah.
So in this case, this person is moving their hand. So it's not just a command recognition or command classification system, but he is actually dynamically controls the speech synthesizer parameters. So in this case, he is saying that kind of not the word non-verbal response like.
Hi, Sagiv.
Hi, Sid.
How's it going or what?
Yeah.
So he says yeah. It's a kind of non-verbal command. So for him, so this hand motion is not just a command input, but it's a part of his body or part of his utterance abilities. So then at this time, they are using very, very simple limited neural networks. But I think if we can combine the artificial neural network and the human abilities, so we can do much more things. So this is an example of implanted inner ear. So in this case, he is also so the vibration or actual sound can be converted to the neural signals, but at the first time he cannot understand anything, almost anything. But his brain is run to how to utilize, how to interpret this signal. Then he can listen to the actual environmental sound. So it is also another example of how the artificial neural networks and the organic brain can cooperate. And we think there are a lot of technology development by using the neural decoding or brain-mass interface. But I think a very important part is not just the decoding brain activities, but training or human side training is also very important. So I think the combination of the neural decoding and also the human capability or human ability acquisition is a very important way of making the more reliable brain-mass interfaces. So again, we are back to this chart. So user interface can evolve to human-robot interactions and also human-AI integration. And we think that human-AI integration is a lot of opportunity for human augmentation and human ability acquisitions. And this is the very famous quote by the science fiction writer Arthur Charles Clarke. So in his Profiles of the Future book, Arthur Charles Clarke says that the tools invented man. So this means normally we think that the human invents tools. But when we invent tools, and then these tools support evolution of humans. So he explained this tools invented man. So we think the AI, like today's AI, can invent our new humans. So thank you very much. And also, this is the a dialogue between the William Gibson and myself, and if you are interested, please visit this Sony Stories site. And also, we're talking about Homo cybernetics, with a related topic of today's, how the human and AI can be integrated at the UISD West 2019 Vision Talk. So this is also, YouTube is available, so please visit. And lastly, we want to briefly introduce Sony Science Laboratory Kyoto. So Sony Computer Science Laboratory established 2 years ago a new laboratory in Kyoto. And the topic of this laboratory is how to connect the human augmentation or computer science or artificial neural intelligence technology to the very traditional way of the culture like Kyoto or Japanese culture or many other aspects of human cultures. Okay, so and recently we established a tea room, ochashitsu, in this our laboratory, and this looks like very traditional Japanese tea room, and actually this is very authentic urasenke ochashitsu. But we also installed a lot of sensors in this environment, and then we can create three-dimensional reconstruction of ocha otemae or tea ceremony scene. So we can create augmented reality or human augmentation chashitsu in this environment. And also other sample project is a generative AI Nishijin Ori. This is the AI generative model can create a new pattern of Japanese traditional Nishijin Ori. And we can make real fabrication and real Nishijin Ori silk cloth by using technology. So if you are interested in the summer intern or sending summer intern student, so we maybe recruiting this summer for the kind of combining AI or IT technology to Japanese technologies. So thank you very much. That's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for being online. It's quite late in Japan, I think, for your talk. Do we have one very quick question this time? Anyone? Yeah, didn't just. Huh? No, that doesn't work. You have to come to.
I have to come to the front. Okay.
It's just for you two.
Okay, that's just. Thank you so much for staying up for us, and sorry about the Lufthansa strike. So it was out of our thing. So I have one question. I think you showed what you can do on silent speech with the ultrasonic probes. Did you explore more? I think we had some discussions having this for gesture recognition and more like this. Did you explore more besides sort of using it to the basic throat in other body parts? Do you have some experience what we can get out of using that as a sensor? So you could imagine you wear it as a belt or in a different way if you could get sort of other gestures out of that?
Yes, so the especially ultrasonic sensor is very useful for maybe recognize muscle motion. So there is a possibility if you attach the ultrasonic probe here, and you maybe I think okay, and maybe you can attach the ultrasonic sensor to your forearm, and then you can move your fingers, and then your muscle motion can be detected. So I think it should be a new way of gesture recognition or wearable gesture recognition. And also recently, a very interesting technology of ultrasonic stimulation to the brain. So this is really bit dangerous. But if you attach the ultrasonic probe here, and then you can stimulate your brain. So it's a new way of brain muscle interaction. I think a lot of opportunity for how to connect human and computers.
Okay, so then thank you once again for being here online with us. And have a good night. And see you next time in Munich.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you very much.
A round of applause.
Goodbye.
Okay. And the food will not go away. The food will not go away, and the food won't get cold because it's cold anyways. So no worries for that. Okay, we have one last talk for today, which is coming from Hans Gellersen, who's a professor at Lancaster University and also affiliated with Aarhus University. Is it on?
Be on now?
No, we have to
press harder.
Yeah, longer.
Okay. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, and Hans is talking about his new ERC Advanced Grant Gemini, which is about gaze and eye movement and interaction.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very conscious that I stand, that I'm here just before lunch now. I stand in your way, and everybody's getting hungry. So, the last 10 years, I've completely moved into working on gaze and eye movement. I've become very fascinated by just how fantastic the human visual system is. Yeah, so this is a talk less about how we can use AI to process eye movement signals. It's more about how does this fantastic human visual system work? What are the processes that are going on? An eye tracker gives us only as much as an XY coordinate and maybe a classification as fixation or saccade, but there's so much more going on. And so this is a talk about getting more insight about how human vision works and how we can use that insight to create new ways of using gaze for interaction. So I'll rush through this a bit, but the idea of using gaze for interaction is old. Yeah? So Richard Bolt first wrote about this in the early 80s with this insight that how gaze really is an indicator for what we're interested in. Yeah? So that's an indicator that we can use then implicitly for interactions. So for example, Max showed these dystopian visions of augmentations everywhere. That's a typical example where gaze can guide what should be augmented, what shouldn't. The other sort of defining publication in the HCI world on gaze was by Rob Jacobs 10 years later, who then thought, oh well, if gaze is so natural at pointing at things that we're interested in, can't we just then use it as a pointing device instead of a mouse? So these have been hugely influential works. Almost everything we've seen on gaze in the HCI world is based on these ideas, that gaze is a natural cue for interest and that we can very quickly point with our eyes at objects. So all along, the assumption has been that among the different types of eye movements that I will get more into, the two that really matter for HCI are fixations and saccades. So they're considered intentional eye movements. Yeah? Fixations occur because we have to align objects that we want to see in detail with the fovea, the small part at the back of the eye, where we have the best resolution, if you like, for extracting information. So in order to get detailed information from objects, we have to align our eyes with them for a certain period. Yeah? That's why we fixate. The other movement that is associated with intent are saccades. They are the movements that take us from one part in the scene to a completely different one. Yeah? So the human visual system really divides its computing power pretty evenly between sort of seeing detail in a very small area and doing massively parallel processing on everything else that is going on. And so these have always been the focus of interest in HCI, fixations and saccades. And when you've worked with an eye tracker, then you know that an eye tracker gives you XY coordinates and labels them as fixation or saccade. But there is a lot more going on with gaze. So the eyes are very good at continually interacting with external motion. So stimuli in the environment, but also external motion as in movements of our bodies, movements of ourselves in the world. And the other thing that I want to talk about are gaze and body, because we think of gaze instantly as, oh yeah, that's about eye tracking, that's about eye movement. But when we gaze in the world, then we do that not just with our eyes, but through a coordinated process of our eyes, head, and body movement. So eye, head, and body are in constant interaction, yeah? And so what I've become very interested in, and that's the focus of my ERC project, is really this interplay of eye, head, and body. So in eye tracking, we like to keep things still. They're not as bad anymore. We don't use chin rests anymore. We now have AI that can filter out movements that we're not interested in. But the idea has always been, let's try and keep everything still so that we get pure eye movement and can decide sort of where is the eye pointing. Yeah? And movements, natural movements, such as head movements that occur while we use eye tracking, have been treated as noise. In natural gaze, in the real world, the eyes actually interact with motion all the time. Yeah? And there are a variety of, these aren't even all of the mechanisms, but there are a variety of eye movements that specifically help us deal with motion in the world. Smooth pursuit is a type of eye movement that enables us to focus at objects even when they're in motion. If we only had fixations, then we would always have the problem, well, if the object is moving away, then we don't have enough time to sample information. And smooth pursuits are entirely different. We experience them like fixating on something that's moving, but physiologically, they are a completely different process. They are a closed-loop behavior where the eye makes an estimate of how an object is moving, and then based on anticipation of the movement, sort of kind of stays ahead of the curve. Then we have Vergence eye movements. They help us see things even if they're at different distances. So they help us to focus by moving the eyes inwards to converge when an object is closer, and moving them on a divergent movement when objects move into the distance. And the third one here that I list is the VOR eye movement. The VOR eye movement is, for example, what keeps our gaze steady when we walk. Yeah? So it compensates for movements of our body and of our heads. So VOR is what we call a stabilizing movement. Yeah? So all these tend to be sort of, they're not voluntary movements, although smooth pursuits are kind of have a voluntary and involuntary component. But usually we think of these more as problematic than as a feature that we can use for interaction. So, so this is a work that we've done a bit longer ago, but I include it here in the talk because it's been really sort of fundamental for us in kind of rethinking how we can use eye movement for interaction. So in the pursuit method, we realized that we can exploit this closed loop behavior of the eye being very good at naturally following motion. And we use that here for interaction. So the mechanism is the input principle is very simple. So objects that are selectable are in motion, are displayed in motion, and eye movement is tracked in its own coordinate space without need for calibration. And the correlation between the two, between the eye movement and the path that objects in the world describe, let us infer where the attention is, what somebody is looking at. So it's a very simple input principle, and it's entirely based on this natural behavior of the eye in predicting the path of an object and smoothly aligning with it. So what makes this movement or this mechanism so powerful for design is really that we can robustly detect attention. When we use an eye tracker to see where, to estimate where fixations are, then that doesn't give us clear insight on attention. Whereas when we present a moving stimulus and observe a correlating movement, then that's a robust indicator of attention. So smooth pursuit can only occur when there's a stimulus and when the stimulus is being attended. We're not otherwise able to perform smooth movements with our eyes. This is a little demonstrator of this, where you see at the start of the video here a calibration routine where a stimulus is shown that is moving, and the stimulus knows when the user is attending and is only collecting samples for calibration when the attention is there. I'll skip that. You're not in a hurry. So well, okay, then I'll talk about it. What you see in this example is really that smooth pursuit works target size independent. That is very significant. Many of you have worked with eye tracking, and you know that eye tracking has inherent accuracy, precision limitations, which makes it very difficult to select small targets. But because the matching of a target, the selection of a target is entirely motion-based, size does not matter here. And you also see that motions can be erratic, can also be relatively fast, and the eye is very good at this. With this kind of fly swatting application, you can imagine for yourself sort of how difficult it is to swat flies with your hands. But for your eyes, it's very natural to pick a fly and then follow its motion path. What's also intriguing about pursuit is that the size of the motion can be very small. So we'll run this again. So here you see the pursuit mechanism used for a smartwatch display. And this example shows a number of interesting features. So first of all, the smartwatch has no idea where the coordinates come from that are being used sort of to match against the motion on the display. The coordinates get just streamed from an eye tracker. The eye tracker has no idea of where the display is. Yeah? So we don't have to calibrate an input space versus an output space. We use motion to make the match between the two devices, which gives enormous flexibility sort of for how input and output can be combined. The other interesting thing here is that the motion displayed on the smartwatch is very small in degrees visual angle, yeah, sort of only half a degree visual angle, which is very good for selection, yeah. So this enables completely hands-free control of smartwatches just by gaze. The other feature, I'll run it again. The other feature that you see in here is also that the eyes are very good at picking one among several motions. Yeah. So, as in the real world, when you see various motions, you can pick one object that you want to extract information from, and your eye will naturally follow it. And it's a very natural mechanism for which you don't have to concentrate. Okay, so that's work that sort of really inspired us to look more deeply into gaze and eye movement. And here's a recent work that we will show at Kai also, where we look at the same idea of a stimulus and following a moving stimulus, but now in 3D, yeah? The idea here is to bring objects in motion, changing in their visual depth, in their visual distance from the eye, yeah? So when you use head-mounted displays, we can manipulate the focal depth of objects and move them back and forth, and then correlate this with the vergence behavior of the eyes. Yeah? So when an object moves closer to the eyes, then the eyes will turn inward and the vergence angle will increase. And at the same time, we can manipulate the apparent size of objects so that it remains stable, and that sort of, from the user's perspective, the scene doesn't change. Yeah? So we get a stable visual scene where no motion is visible, but can use this back and forth motion to detect attention to objects. What's different here compared to smooth pursuit is that smooth pursuit is a predictive movement. Yeah, so it is, it's basically in real time we see a really good match in motion, whereas vergence is a responsive behavior where the eye reacts to a change, and that always incurs a delay. So this makes this problem quite a bit harder compared to pursuit matching, because we need to factor in the delay in the response to the moving stimulus. But as with pursuits, what's compelling here is that we get a robust indication of attention. And that's because there are two types of vergence. They are referred to as slow vergence and fast vergence. Fast vergence occur when we move from an object that is nearby to look at one that's further away, or vice versa. Yeah? That leads to a fast change in the vergence of the eye, where slow vergence is induced when an object moves continuously. Yeah? And so what we found in evaluating this technique is really that slow vergence can be robustly separated from the fast vergence, which means the technique becomes robust against kind of false activation from looking at something that's nearby to something that's further away. And here you see it in action with a little example. This is again a smartwatch, but now in virtual reality. This is from the user's perspective. And this is now a side view where you see sort of, you know, the selectable options sort of move up and down, sort of closer to the eye and further away. Yeah. I run this again. Oh yeah, it repeats. So you see a little lateral movement from the users. Oops. So first you see lateral movement here. That's because this is taken from one eye's perspective, where the change in depth will show as a small lateral motion. Yeah. And then in the kind of side view, you see, right, yeah, you saw the side view where you see objects being selectable. So it is a mechanism that lets us basically test whether an object is attended to. Yeah. So the other theme that I briefly want to touch on is gaze and body. Yeah. So we think of gaze as purely being about the eyes, but really gaze is the eye direction relative to the world, which is a sum of the eye and head rotation, the head on the body, and the body in the world. Yeah. So here's a little image that I copied out of a book, Looking at Acting, by Mike Land, one of the pioneers really in studying eye gaze in the wild. So what this little sequence shows is kind of, you know, it's a study of tea making and where people look when they make tea. And in this sequence, the user is turning sideways to attend to something. And it shows a typical gaze shift by 90 degrees, where first the eyes go off, then head and body follow with the motion. The gaze first attains the object, head and body follow through. Yeah, that's sort of a typical behavior. So eye and head work together for attaining gaze targets, but in our research, we tend to either use only eye movement, yeah, classic eye tracking research filters out head movement, whereas in much of at least the earlier extended reality, virtual reality research, the eye and head movement is completely ignored, and we take the head direction as the gaze direction. Here you see an example of a single gaze shift. Yeah? So a single trial of a user looking from straight ahead to 35 degrees sideways. 35 degrees is an interesting range because we can actually move our eyes up to 45, 50 degrees from head center. So it is possible to attain a target like that entirely just with eye movement. But in this range from, you know, a few degrees from head center to 50 degrees, it's actually, it can be, gaze targets can be reached through any combination of eye saccades and supporting head movement. So in this example, you see the gaze signal is the blue signal, the orange signal is the eye signal, and you see sort of after a brief reaction time to the stimulus, the eyes shoot off and get to the target very quickly. The head takes longer to get into gear, yeah, and starts when the eyes have almost already reached the target. They support the eyes in a minimal way to reach the target, but then they continue to move, and the eyes have to do a counter rotation to maintain the fixation on the target. Yeah? So, and most of our gaze shifts work like this. we move our gaze to somewhere. It's not a pure eye saccade. It is largely an eye saccade, but supported by head movement. Once it's there, the head follows through, and the eyes have to do a counter rotation, and that's the VOR movement, the same as that we perform when we walk to keep our gaze steady. The other thing that you see here is that at the end, the head does not follow all the way, yeah, because it costs a lot more energy to use the head. It's sort of the head rotates towards the target to within kind of typically 10 degrees, 10, 15 degrees, because that rotates the eyes back into a comfort range within the head. Yeah? So that's a typical behavior. And we've done a little study on visual search behavior, which then also showed that because the head never fully follows through, we, counter to intuition, we hardly ever or practically never fixate straight ahead. Yeah? So most fixations occur in an offset of 10 to 15 degrees from the head center, which is really interesting for when we think about how interfaces for head-mounted displays are designed. So here's an example of a radial interface where we exploit this mechanism. So you see two cursors. There's a red circle there that's now moving up. That's the head cursor. Green is the gaze. Yeah. So you see, so from a central position, the radial interface opens around the head center. From that central position, it's natural for the eyes to reach targets to explore without a risk that the head fully follows through to make selections. But the head can then be used to complete selections. And once the head joins gaze to complete an interaction, the eyes become freed up to explore visual feedback. Yeah, so we show this here. Selection happens. We see visual feedback in the center of the display. This is actually a continuous control that is where the manipulation is performed by the head, but the eyes are free to focus on the visual feedback. Yeah, so an example of how the insight into the dynamic of eye and head coordination helps us design interfaces that partly use coordinated eye and head movement, but then also treat eye and head movement separately for different purposes. It's another example that came from this study. Essentially, not all gaze shifts are the same, so we can now classify them. Some gaze shifts are performed just with the eyes. Others are supported by head movement. So what's the difference there? Are kind of eyes-only movements, are they less, do they indicate less commitment? Are they more exploratory? What makes us follow eye movement with head movement? Yeah, what's the significance in there? In this example, we use the for a simple pointing mechanism. Let me get this going. Oh, it doesn't want to work. Oh, yeah. No, can't run it. So here we implemented a simple cursor mechanism where the cursor only moves for head-supported gaze, yeah, so only for larger shifts in attention, whereas in between users are free to use their eyes to explore and look around. Yeah? So it creates a much more stable cursor than one that follows gaze all the time. Conversely, also not all head movement is the same. Yeah? When you think about it, much of the head movement that we use actually to support our visual system. Yeah? So in the HCI field, we've used head movement frequently as for explicit input, for explicit control, head pointing, head gestures. So we tend to think of head movement as one type of input. But really, there's a fundamental difference between head gaze, where movements of the head are vision-driven, and head gestures, where the head is really in the driver's seat, where we have the intent to move our head, and the gaze adapts to it. In both cases, we see head movement compensated by VOR eye movement. So at the end of the day, they look very similar, and that makes them very difficult to separate. Yeah. And what we've recently started to work on, and this is the only machine learning I can show off, is using machine learning to classify these two types of movement, because it's very difficult to tease them apart. Yeah? And the motivation for this is really to enable treatment of these two movements as two different modes of input. I have one example for that, and then I'll also close and we can go for lunch. So here you see an application that supports both head gestures, swipes in this case, and head gaze. So head gaze is used for selection of the panel in which the user is operating, left panel versus right panel. And head gestures are used to swipe cards. So I'll run this again. So we're now on the right panel. The swipe moves a card within the panel. And now we have a head gaze, and it shifts the attention to the other pane. But when you see now the swipes, they go actually across. So the actual head movement is very similar in extent and shape. Yeah? So we've tried to, in our work, we always first try to develop techniques from first principles, from really understanding sort of how mechanisms differ. But this is a classic kind of machine learning problem where the movements are so similar between a swiping gesture and a head gaze motion, that makes it kind of a classic machine learning problem. And we've developed a classifier sort of to enable that we can use both head gestures and head gaze in the application as different types of input. One implication of this is that we can then use much simpler gestures. When you think about head gestures that you can use for interaction, they tend to be exaggerated. Yeah? So they, for example, can be shakes or nods. Anything that isn't, that wouldn't be confused with natural head movement that occurs with gaze. Yeah. So, okay, here are my takeaways. So one point that I wanted to make is that the eyes are really constantly interacting with external motion. And so the interesting insights here is that that involuntary responses to motion can actually be harnessed to detect attention. Yeah? So that's a really interesting insight there. And the other is really with this also motion correlation as a selection principle, which has really interesting properties because it separates input and output space. It eliminates issues of things having to be calibrated. It gives us target size independence. And the second main point here is that gaze is a coordinated effort of eye, head, and body. We always think of gaze as eye tracking, but it involves eye, head, and body together. And so in a way, it challenges how we think about modalities. We like to think of gaze as one thing, and head movement as another modality, hand as another modality, but it's more subtle. And so what I find fascinating is really understanding the natural coordination between eye, head, and body, and then using that as a basis for developing multimodal techniques. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And once again, one very, very short question because everyone wants to go to lunch. Yes. Oh, can you?
Okay, that should go. Did you already, in the last example with the gaze and the following of the interaction exactly, did you have a condition where you trained something like a head movement? Because both things work with natural gaze, but you could also say, okay, if the person focuses like this and moves the head, really great for the online people.
No, this is exactly what we do at the moment. We make classifiers for all sorts of head gestures, but we tend to resort to larger head gestures that wouldn't be confused with head movements that we make as we look around. Think also of other examples. Think of us, the first time we ran into this issue is when we thought an eye tracker is good, or gaze is very good for fast but not so accurate cursor positioning. And so we thought, oh, it would be great if once we've roughly positioned the cursor that we then complete the action with head movement. But it introduces the problem that there's still head movement going on once a gaze reaches the target. And so you see we have really this Midas touch issue between when is head movement used for to support the eyes, and when is it when can we use it, when can we interpret it as intentional input.
Okay, thank you. There's one more question, but we might move this to lunch or the way over. So first of all, thank you all, and goodbye to the online audience, because